Welcome everyone. We are back for day number 2 of our live streaming coverage here at the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball. Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison here in the booth for our Head Pickleball pregame show. Welcome everyone. We are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. We have our men's and women's pro doubles brackets here today, so we're going to have some thrilling action all day long, all the way through our medal matches, so definitely stay tuned all day. We will conclude the day with our gold medal matches in our men's and women's divisions. Again, we are in a quarterfinal matchup right now, John, but we have a lot of fantastic teams here today. I know you were mentioning some new faces, some new names. Anyone particular you are looking forward to seeing today?
Well, I'm happy to be here, first off. And I really like the new partnership with Zane Navratil and Andre Diescu.
Yes.
We haven't seen that before, so it'll be interesting to see how well they mesh together. And also, I was surprised to see Chuck Taylor and Austin Gridley took an early exit into the consolation bracket.
Yes, they're a good team. I think that's just testament to how many great teams we have here today, and of course a lot of matches are going to be very close. They could go either way. I'm particularly on our women's side really looking forward to seeing the Kawamoto sisters in action. I think everyone loves seeing them. They don't get to too many tournaments, but Jackie and Jade hopefully going to be making a good run here in our women's division, as well as looking forward to Millen Rain and Bobby Oshiro are teaming up. They're a fantastic team. Of course, we have some new names that we perhaps are starting to recognize. Of course, Anna Bright. We have former professional tennis player Paris Todd playing today, as well as Megan Fudge, who made some waves recently, so we're looking forward to seeing more and more of those names coming into the game. And as we conclude our pregame show here presented by Head Pickleball, we are in a quarterfinal matchup right now in our men's pro doubles division. We have Althoff Merchant teaming up with Joey Farias. They're on the near end here on our championship court, while Stefan Auvergne and Brendan Long are on the far end. Auvergne and Long took game 1 11-8. They're now into the second game here, and you were not here yesterday, John, but you've already experienced the wind conditions that we have here today, which are easily as bad, if not worse, than yesterday. So I was looking on my weather app, and it said wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour today in Plantation, Florida. So if I blow away, you take over, and I have complete faith in you. But the wind is going to be a tremendous factor here today, affecting both sides of the court, everyone on it. Not a lot you can do. South Florida.
Yeah, it's crazy. Every time I come to South Florida, it's always windy. I'm not sure if the people watching at home can see just how windy it is on the screen. But I mean, we've already seen really good players taking a swing volley and completely whiffing. And it's just insane to see, and it makes the game a lot harder to be more consistent in their play. So
yeah, a lot more focus is required in each one of your shots, because not only are you trying to hit the best shot, but then you have to factor in the wind. So definitely know at home that that is a super factor here still today. But let's get into the action here.
So far, we're seeing a lot of this cross court between Althoff Merchant and Stefan Auvergne, the two lefties.
Absolutely.
A lot of players dinking in the middle as the wind is really pushing the ball towards us. So from the right side or left side of the court.
For sure, we saw Stefan Auvergne for the first time at our Boca tournament in January. He teamed up last minute with Corinne Carr. They made a really good run. Brendan Long, we of course see, he's been around the block for a little while, but fun to see these two pair up. And I think people, of course, are used to seeing Althoff Merchant paired up with Zane Navratil. We will, of course, see them pairing up in the future as well. But for today, we got some new partnerships for the two of them. So
yeah, it'll be interesting how they do. You know, you talked about Brendan Long. He's been kind of flying under the radar, if you ask me, the last couple years, but he's really finding his groove as of late.
Oh, and there you saw a little confusion in the middle there. aided by a little wind pushing that ball down.
Yeah, that ball maybe bounced up 2 inches.
Just so many of these shots you're just going to see would easily stay in the court, be a good ball that was played, but the wind just picks it and throws it off the court.
Yeah, we can already see so far in this game, pretty much all 4 players are being very conservative and not trying to attack a lot of low percentage balls just because the wind is just moving the ball around so much.
Yeah. Melody Woodsome is our USA Pickleball Certified Ref for this match. Oh, Althoff knows he's on camera now. He's got to pick it up. Came over and just chatted with us briefly.
He told us he was now going to win the match for us.
I would expect nothing less from Althoff.
It's quite the personality.
Again, Long and Auvergne, both very tall players. I want to say 6'2", 6'3". So they definitely have the height advantage here in this match to be able to reach up and into that kitchen.
And we're seeing the last 3 or 4 points that Long and Auvergne have won. They've attacked Althoff pretty much right at the chest. And with this win, too, I mean, he was able to get that one. But you almost don't know whether to hit it or not. Right? So you have that going in your mind as well.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of that yesterday as well.
It's caught Althoff by surprise a couple times.
Yeah, it's, do you risk letting it go when under normal conditions it would go long, but then the wind holds it up by, 3 feet and it easily drops in and then you let it go. So I think we are seeing a lot of potential outballs being played just because of that alone.
I mean, you see right there. I mean, the ball just got grabbed by the wind and it barely even made it to the kitchen line and out.
Yeah. It's interesting because, of course, a lot of people at home are used to seeing, of course, as we mentioned, Merchant and Navratil team up. They're always very dynamic, have a lot of fun, put on a good show. And I think Joey Farias, a little more low energy, a little calmer perhaps. So we're definitely seeing Merchant not really ramp up as much as we would under a Navratil partnership.
Right. He's very even-keeled, Farias. Has a pretty steady mindset and game throughout the day. The pattern obviously right now is Auvergne and Long trying to push Althoff off the line and be able to make Althoff hit a harder dink in this wind. And he's popped up a couple.
You can get your bracket started. Suzanne LeBlanc, please check in at the check-in desk to get your bracket started.
That one took a little seat like Humpty Dumpty on top of that net. Yeah, we missed a little bit of game 1 before we started our stream, but Auvergne and Long have had some really good defensive rallies and some good pickups staying in these. Again, they're out in front here in the second game as well.
Yeah, and with the wind, I asked some players before we went live which side was better for them, and I pretty much got mixed answers from everybody because the wind is swirling quite a bit. It's mainly coming across the court from right to left, but it's still swirling and picking up and slowing down, so it's making it difficult from every side.
You did see Merchant get a little fired up after that last exchange. Long went for the Ernie. Good defense from Merchant. That, I think, will be key. Merchant kind of needs a little bit of fire, a little bit of something to get him amped up.
Farius looking up at the sky, wondering where those winds coming from.
Now, yesterday we did have a request to turn down the wind. It was denied, unfortunately, so we almost had a bit of a rain threat. It might have rained a little bit overnight here, so luckily that passed before today started. Outside of the gale force winds, an absolutely beautiful day here in Plantation, Florida.
It really is.
Partly sunny, low 80s. Not a lot of humidity.
I'd like to see Merchant and Farius kind of get a little more offensive here, because they're letting Long and Auburn kind of control the pace. It's nice and slow. I'd like to see Joey do this, but unfortunately, a little miscommunication there.
Yeah, I think, you know, he had a really good poach there, and then he kind of backed off on the next one. I think if he had stayed engaged and just gone for it and just committed. But again, new partnership here for Merchant and Farius, so there's always going to be kinks to work out. Merchant not happy with himself after that.
Not sure if Merchant called a timeout or he just dropped the paddle.
I think just a frustration paddle drop.
But yeah, I'd like to see Joey get a little more aggressive in the middle, because there are some balls that are, well, I would say most of the balls are going to Merchant, right? So if Joey can maybe crowd the middle a little bit more and get a little more offensive, put more pressure on Long and Auburn.
Ooh, I didn't think that was getting over.
The wind's really picking up, and there you see it. Joey obviously frustrated.
He wants to throw a paddle, but he's not going to. Smart. Melody Woodsum would have called that.
It's crazy what conditions can do to even the best pros.
Oh, absolutely.
Amazing defense.
And there was Joey Farias.
I think he missed.
Did he? Oh, I mean, the body language does suggest. I thought he got it, but it does look like he indeed did miss. Unfortunate after a really great rally. And again, Long's putting a little junk on his serve as well. He's got kind of a one-handed spin serve going on, which is legal here on the APP Tour, as we are following all the USA Pickleball rules.
Farias and Merchant really need to string along some points here. I really do think they need to just step up the aggression a little bit. Get more offensive. Maybe drive a few.
Yeah, I agree. With the wind holding up so many balls, just start ripping them. 'Cause at least that way you're not going to, hopefully, you know, leave them short in the net.
Yep.
Oh, nice hands from Merchant.
And now Merchant's fired up, which is only going to help this team.
Nice get from Merchant. Oh, double overhead in the middle. Oh, that ball went right in the middle, I think, where the camera is. Nope, oh, Scott Moore helping out.
Yeah, it worked out for them. It looks like they almost clashed paddles. It's always the lefty, you know?
Yep. They're always causing trouble in the middle, I tell you what. Well, we mentioned it too. You know, the two forehands in the middle, certainly an asset, but that is the one thing, especially if you have two kind of more alpha players that want to take the middle shots. That's definitely something you need to perhaps talk about ahead of time with your partner.
There you go.
Yep. Nice finish there from Farias after a good setup from Merchant.
Yep. Merchant set that up beautifully by getting the dink nice and low to Brandon Long and popped one up for Farias to put it away.
Just wide. Oh, perfect spot.
Yep, right at the feet. We're seeing very solid play from Auburn and Long. You know,
very well.
Very consistent, which is, you know, in these conditions, it's really key to be as consistent as possible because sometimes it's really just making more balls than the other team.
And fun fact, Long was supposed to play with Rafa Hewitt this weekend. He wasn't able to make it, so Stefan Auburn was only going to be playing in mixed yesterday and got the call to come on up, fill in here in men's doubles, and so far going pretty good.
Yeah, so far.
And we have a timeout here called from Merchant and Farias as, again, Auburn and Long pulling away a little here. They've had the lead, I think, the entire second game here after winning the first game 11-8. And they're trying to close this out in 2. Again, thank you so much for joining us, Lauren McLaughlin and John Davison here on the mics all day today and tomorrow. It is our men's and women's pro doubles day. Tomorrow we'll conclude our streaming with our singles brackets in both men's and women's. My guess, it's going to be a beautiful, windy day in Florida tomorrow as well. But again, we're just outside of Fort Lauderdale in Plantation, Florida, at the beautiful Plantation Central Park. Gorgeous venue. We got some soccer fields behind us, some baseball fields. All the young kids are out playing their sports here Saturday morning.
Good put away by Farias. A little bit of shake and bake by Auburn and Long. As soon as Long saw Auburn go for that drive, he just crashed the net, able to clean it up.
I am always wondering, I feel like I've heard the story of where shake and bake came from.
Ricky Bobby.
I mean, is that where it came from into pickleball? Someone just adopted it?
I believe that was, well, I'm sure a lot of people use the term, but the Waters definitely do a little bit of shake and bake.
Yes. I think it's always funny we have in pickleball some fun, unique phrases, and people are like, what's that?
See, they're having a really hard time on this side of the court getting the ball over the net on the drops, right? So we'd like to see them maybe mix up a little bit, some drives in there. As you see from Auburn is driving some more thirds, and it's worked out for them.
Yeah, we have seen generally in the wind, I think players usually do switch a little bit more to the drive versus the drop just because they want to make sure and get it over the net. But yeah, this match, we have still seen a lot of drops, especially from Merchant and Farias.
There we go.
Oh, I'm learning from our chat, which I love watching on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Looks like Morgan and Marcin are the ones that coined the term for pickleball.
Okay.
I shouldn't have expected anything less. Pioneers of the sport.
Yep.
That is Morgan Evans and Marcin Rospeski. Oh yeah, Auburn leaves that up just a little too high.
Yep, and Joey steps in. That's working for Farias and Merchant. with Joey just crashing them, stepping, you know, a couple steps over in the middle and taking some balls.
Oh, Auburn and Long mixed it up a little there on their stacking sides.
Oh, and they call timeout.
Yeah, Farias and Merchant now back within 1 here. Slipping away a little. They've been in control here, but yeah, Merchant and Farias have found a little something that's worked for them.
Yeah, it was a well-timed timeout by Merchant and Farias. As since that timeout, they've gone on a run, and Auburn has gotten a little tight on his dinks. He's left a couple up, hit a couple in the net, so I think that's why Auburn and Long switched it up on that point. So a good timeout call by them as they've lost a little bit of momentum.
And there is our official weather forecast here in Plantation, Florida. 81 degrees, sunny with a couple clouds here and there. And again, that wind, that is what's killing us here. 20 to 30 mile an hour winds here today. Brutal conditions, as anyone who's played pickleball in that type of wind knows. It's not super fun.
I still think that's I still think that's a little bit under what it is.
Well, gusts, absolutely. The gusts, I'm sure, are much more as well.
Yeah, it's tough. That ball just stopped right above the net. Farias showing a lot of frustration this game.
Tournament desk is Pregame. Brad Eugene Stakowski to the tournament desk. Brad Eugene Stakowski to the tournament desk.
Come on, Joey, come on!
All right, Merchant, he's getting a little flex going on. He's feeling good.
Yeah, he's getting Farias pumped up too.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow.
That's gonna go. I mean, there's just nothing you can do.
A little bit of an expletive there by Farias. I mean, the wind just picked up like 10 miles an hour when he hit that return.
These gusts are
And
brutal.
That's all it takes.
Yep, and a great job done by both teams. Farias wants to smash a ball, which he does. No penalty after the game, so why not? Nice job here from Stefan Auburn and Brendan Long to move on to the semifinals, while Farias and Merchant drop down to our consolation bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in the Franklin studio when we return, and then more pickleball action to follow here at the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Brendan Long and Stefan Auvergne. Mostly, I just wanted to feel little, so I appreciate you guys standing next to me. So, the wind. We've talked about it yesterday. It's obviously still ridiculous today. What's the mental part of the game with the wind?
I find that I just have an excuse. I miss a ball, and I'm like, that was the wind. It's not my fault. And then I move on to the next point. Normally without the wind, I have no excuse now.
I appreciate that positive spin on the wind, is that it's your excuse for anything bad that happens.
I wouldn't have missed if it wasn't for the wind. So what am I going to do?
I appreciate that. All right, Stefan.
Yes.
We saw you in Boca, got picked up by Corinne Carr.
Thanks,
We mentioned here that Brendan picked you up last minute as well. I think it's going pretty well. You're headed to the semis. How do you feel about kind of being that reserve player so far?
I mean, at this point, I feel like I'm trying to be the best pickup out there. So, like, if anybody needs more pickups, just hit me up. So
I appreciate it. Well, congrats, guys. You're handling the wind. You're handling this first-time partnership very well. You're headed to the semis. Good luck there. And don't go anywhere, guys. We have a women's pro doubles match coming up next, right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Up-tempo pickleball.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Welcome back to Championship Court here at the APP Plantation Open, presented by Head Pickleball. Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison here courtside. For our women's pro doubles match coming up right now, we have the Kawamoto twins of Jackie and Jade Kawamoto on the far end. Jackie is the righty, so she's going to be on the right side of your court looking at it right now. Jade is the lefty. They are taking on Megan Charity and Monica Pelicelli.
I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yes, Charity in the purple, well, turquoise shorts, purple top, Monica in the pink. Yeah, this should definitely be a good match. Again, we love seeing the Kawamoto sisters. Don't get to see it all that often because they both have full-time jobs where they work for the NCAA in different capacities.
We have two lefties on the court with Monica Pelicelli and Jade Kawamoto.
Same as last match, we had two lefties. The lefties are taking over pickleball, I'll tell you what. This is a semifinal matchup here in our women's pro doubles bracket. Oh, Megan Charity takes one off the body there.
The Kawamotos are definitely very consistent players, which will help them in these conditions.
Good lead there from Jade Kawamoto. Jackie Kawamoto got herself a bronze medal yesterday with Zane Navratil in pro mixed doubles. First time partnership for those two.
Just a little unforced error on the paddle with Jade.
Megan Charity, former college tennis player. Also used to be assistant tennis coach at Boise State.
Yeah, you don't really want to get in the hands battles with Monica. And I've played with her before, and she definitely likes it when the ball speeds up. She's very strong and could put that ball away at any time if you leave it just high enough.
Actually got to see Paoluccelli play for the first time at TOC in 2019. I think probably then she was maybe playing 4-5 or so. But awesome to see her game continue to grow and evolve, and seeing her here now hanging at the pro level. Nice put away there from Jackie Kawamoto.
It was all set up by a really good drop shot by Jackie. The backhand of Meg Charity here.
They just get everything back. I remember the Kawamoto sisters played so amazing at the Boca tournament in January, and that was one of the takeaways. Just everything was coming back.
Yeah, and there, you know, you had some pretty big offense by Charity and Paoluccelli, and you're right, they just get everything back and everything lands in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So you have to just be very focused and composed and make sure you're not trying to go for too much.
Yeah, Megan Charity with a beautiful two-handed backhand put away there with a nice angle on that last rally. Tied at 2s here in game 1. Kawamotos are just both not only so steady and consistent on the defense, but then when they choose to speed it up, they just really pick their moments very well.
Yeah, they're very intelligent players. And, you know, we had a quick run and a quick timeout right after.
Yeah, all of a sudden up by 4 here in game 1 of this semifinal. So a timeout from Charity and Paoluccelli. And again, what's the strategy? When you have wind playing such a factor, it makes it so perhaps you would change something, but then the wind makes it so that's not really an option.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really focused and intentional with your balls. And one thing when really hurts is the volleys, right? Timing the volleys, because the wind is pulling the ball into your paddle or away from your paddle. So you really have to focus on which balls you're reaching in to attack. As you've seen a couple times there, where the Kawamotos were on defense, getting into the kitchen, and Charity and Paoluccelli trying to put that ball away again, but the ball has pulled away from the paddle.
Yep.
So you have to be very careful and very focused on those volleys.
All right, in from the timeout, Kawamoto twins up 6-2 here. Oh, and a miscommunication, I think, in the middle. Charity and Paoluccelli didn't make a move for that at all. I think perhaps they thought it was going long and then it dropped in. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but Kawamotos keep their run going. Ooh, yep, a little overdid it there.
But it was a great defense by Paoluccelli and Charity to come away with that one. You'll see a lot of balls going right over the middle of the net, right? So it gives you a little more margin with these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. Charity just can't get out of the way of that. There was a chance it was dropping in that back corner regardless.
It was definitely going to be close, so it obviously went on in her mind. She had to make a decision and unfortunately couldn't make one. And a missed return error is not going to help Pelicelli and Charity here close this gap.
I like to think the times that I have not been able to get out of the way of a ball or get hit, I feel like what happens is your brain tells you to move, but then your body is like half a second behind, and it just doesn't happen quick enough. Like, you know you want to move, but it happens so quickly.
Right, sometimes you don't have time to get out of the way. You know, that might have been a smart play, but the wind died down a little bit there, so it didn't keep the ball pushed back in.
Jackie looks at Jade and just says, I don't know what I was thinking. Right now the wind literally stopped. Like, it's happening, but that's the other thing too, is you get used to there being so much wind and you go for a shot based on, oh, I have the wind to do this, and then it all of a sudden dies and right out the window.
Yep.
And that'll be game one. Kawamoto sisters on top 11-2 here. Let's see if Megan Charity and Monica Pelicelli can make some adjustments. Perhaps the wind factor on the other end of the court will help them out. Game number 2 in this semifinal matchup right after this. Welcome back to the action here in our women's pro doubles semifinal matchup. We have Monica Pelicelli in the pink, Megan Charity in the purple on the far end here for game 2, while Jade and Jackie Kawamoto are on the near end. Jackie is the righty, Jade is the lefty. Kawamoto twins took game 1 11-2. Let's see if change in scenery here for Pelicelli and Charity help them out.
Yeah, and really the story of game 1 was the Kawamotos were just the more consistent team, not as many unforced errors. we'll see with the side switch if that will help Paocelli and Charity, like you said. See if they can take game 2 here. I believe Monica saved that ball. I think the ball was sailing out.
That was going out indeed
Yep.
as well.
As she's asking Charity if it was.
Good movement on these dink rallies.
All 4 players moving the ball around nicely.
And again, it's the Kawamotos, just that consistency, waiting for the right moment.
Yep.
They want to speed it up, they want to attack, but they also want to do it at the right time. And that can be the big difference, is teams where you can see a little bit of impatience when they're looking to speed it up. That causes a little more errors than otherwise, but Kawamoto's usually pretty good about picking the right moment. Sometimes I wonder if the ref knows which one is which, so he knows who's the correct server.
Jackie is wearing the hat.
And I mean, that's the reason you have the first server banned as well.
Well, I guess there's that too.
Yeah. All right, 1-2-1. All right, this is all Jackie's point. Jade has stayed out of it for now. Oh, but Jade comes in for the final put away.
It was exceptional defense by Paocelli and Charity to get back up to the kitchen line when they lost control of that point. Unfortunately, it's always the last one when you get up there that you miss.
Oh.
I think that was a good whiff as it landed out.
I don't think either of them turned around to see it, though.
Well, they asked the referee, and the referee said it was in.
Oh. It did look close from where we are, but I wasn't positive.
Just push that dink a little too far. But they've kept their unforced errors pretty low on this side. That was definitely a little eager by Charity.
Yeah, see, there's the impatience with the speed up. And in these wind conditions, I think it's kind of crucial that everybody does have to wait for the right moment, because getting a little impatient trying to rush the speed ups, not as good of an idea, especially in these wind speeds, which are, as we mentioned before, 20 to possibly 40 miles an hour.
Immediately to court number 17, Pam Gilbert and Sue Johnston. Please report immediately to court number 17. This is your second and final call.
That was a great step in by Jade. She kind of left the middle open a little, just a tad, as you see here. And Monica saw it, but Jade just closed right in. Really good heads-up play by Jade.
Yeah, I think Paocelli and Charity both, again, just a little too many unforced errors this match. I think otherwise they're right in it here with the Kawamotos.
Yeah, I admire them, being aggressive and going for their shots. But unfortunately, it's just been an execution issue on that side of the court.
see the Kawamotos, they often will take a couple steps off the kitchen line when they know it's about to get sped up or they want to speed it up.
Yep.
Because it just gives them just a little extra room to be able to get a good swing, get a good paddle on that ball.
Yeah, it gives you just a little more time. Charity's swing was just a little too early. And unfortunately couldn't get a handle of that ball all the way. Jackie Kawamoto definitely seems to be the more aggressive one of the two in this match.
Agreed.
Now it was good thinking by Kawamoto. She pushed Charity off the line a little bit and found the feet deeper in the court.
Beautiful spot there.
I think we might see a timeout here. Yep, and there it is.
All right, it's going to be 7-3-1 when they come back from this timeout. And again, as you mentioned, Jackie Kawamoto being the more aggressive of the two, I think there's kind of a misconception that when you watch mixed doubles, it's generally the man kind of takes over, being more aggressive, but that can be the case a lot in men's and women's doubles as well. A lot of times one partner is perhaps the more aggressive one, takes over a little bit more court. So it's certainly not just in mixed that you see that play out.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about pressure. So, you know, if Jade Kawamoto is getting a lot of balls, if Jackie can apply a little bit of pressure in the middle, then the other team has to be a little more selective with their shots and be more careful. And yeah, you do seem to find that a good team will have someone who's nice and steady and the other one goes for a little bit more.
All right, back to the action. 7-3-1. Kawamoto still on first serve, and looks like a little miscommunication about where they were going with the stack because they found a lot of open court there.
Okay, Telly and Charity are staying on this one. Or it's switching. That was a great reset by Paocelli to get back into the kitchen line and forced Jackie to hit a difficult shot.
Oh.
I think they said wrong server.
All right, so we have an incorrect server call, which I think the Kawamotos don't necessarily agree was the case, but they don't really argue it, so I think they perhaps are not sure what happened either, but it happens.
Yeah, I might have missed that as well. I didn't think they were in the wrong, but we're all caught by surprise. And not the side out that Paocelli and Charity would have wanted, not getting more points on the board. But if they get another good stop here, then let's see if they can inch away at this lead.
But stays in. 2 away here from heading to the winner bracket final. Colorado's both just do such a great job getting down on the ball. They get a lot of topspin, they get over it, and they're able to get that nice angle.
And you see we had Jackie again step in the middle and get aggressive.
This is a match point. And it stays in because of the wind. Monica kind of throwing her hand up to the sky. What can you do? So Jade and Jackie Kawamoto head to our winner bracket final, 11-2, 11-3 over Megan Charity and Monica Pilicelli, who will drop to our consolation bracket. Stay with us. More semifinal action here in our men's and women's pro doubles bracket when we return right after this.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
New People Pickleball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin, along with Jackie Kawamoto and Jade Kawamoto, are identical twin sisters that we love seeing on tour. You guys both, of course, have full-time jobs. You work for the NCAA, so we don't get to see you as much. What's your goal this year to try and, I guess, how many tournaments are you guys trying to play this year?
It's a good question. I still haven't thought really past the U.S. Open, but hopefully in the summer I can book my schedule a little more. Jade and I unfortunately have different busy times, so she's going to do a couple without me, so it'll be refreshing to see Jade with someone else, I think.
I was going to ask, we see a couple sometimes siblings pair up or, different familial relations in the partnership. Do you generally think that playing together is a advantage for you guys?
Yes, I think just because we've been playing for so long together, even though we threaten to never play with each other again almost every day, but when we do play well, it's really fun, so as long as we get along.
That makes sense, that makes sense. Well, congrats, you guys are headed to the winter bracket final. We, of course, love to see you guys all the time, so good luck there. Don't go anywhere, though. Our next men's pro doubles matchup is coming up next here at the APP Plantation Open.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
Back here on Championship Court at the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball. Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison here courtside, bringing you all the action here today on this beautiful Saturday in Plantation, Florida. We have our men's and women's pro doubles going on here. Today, coming up, is a semifinal match. Here in our men's pro doubles, we have Zane Navratil and Andre Daescu taking on Brendan Long and Stefan Auvergne. This is going to be a really nice matchup. We got to see the number 6 seed Auvergne and Long a little bit earlier today here in their quarterfinal matchup to make it here to the semis. They took down Althoff Merchant and Joey Farias. This is our first time here seeing Navratil and Daescu on center court. But first time partnership here. They're going to be partnering up a couple times this year. And let's take a quick look at our tournament bracket here in our men's pro doubles division. You can see the quarterfinal matchups there on the left as our teams work their way through. This semifinal, as I mentioned, is at the top of your screen. The other semifinal also set. Looks like Ryler DeHart and Travis Rettenmeyer are taking on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier in the other semifinal, which we will have here on center court as well. So both of these teams looking to secure a spot in the winner bracket final. I know you mentioned in our head pregame show, John, you are looking forward to seeing Navratil and Daescu team up. So you got your wish.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I know Andre Daescu likes to play on the left side, and so does Zane. But I'm thinking we're going to see Daescu on the left and Zane on the right, which is something we don't see a lot of, Zane Navratil on the right. So it'll be interesting to see how this partnership goes up against Long and Auvergne, who've had a pretty good day so far. As we watch
first time partnership as well for them.
Yep. You know, Auburn's very steady and consistent. Brendan Long likes to create a little bit of a mess for the other team. And it worked out for them against Merchant and Farias.
Yes. And I think a big shout out to my NML boys. They, I think, talked about that they think the Navratil-Daescu matchup is really good because then Navratil can play a little bit more of that steady role while Daescu, again, very aggressive. He's going to want to get in there. Big guy, a lot of reach. We see him play a lot of times with Ed and Liga.
Yep.
Both of them, of course, out of Romania, know each other very well, know each other's styles. So I agree. I'm very excited to see how the partnership between Andre Daescu and Zane Navratil is going to blossom and flourish as they continue. I know, again, they have several tournaments that they're playing with each other this year. Again, in the semis, it's been going well so far here today.
Yep, and we'll definitely see Daescu trying to get in those cross-court dink battles, waiting for one to pop up, and then what he does, once he gets the right one, he'll pop it right to the person in front of him in the chest, and also look to Ernie quite a bit with using his length.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we'll definitely, all four of these players, I think, like a little Ernie action. So, I mean, I don't, John. My little legs barely get me across the kitchen corner, so I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna have to sit out the Ernie battles myself.
This year's co-hosts are J.W. Johnson and Johnny Goldberg. The tour this year has 32 stops across the U.S. and internationally with over $2 million in prize money. All players are hoping to qualify for the APP Masters in Punta Gorda, Florida.
Looks like Michelle Baumgartner is going to be our USA Pickleball certified ref for this match. And Navratil and Diascu will be on the far end to start us here in game 1 of this semifinal match, while Auburn and Long on the near end. Stefan Auburn in the dark shirt on the near end, Brendan Long in the white.
Other premier sponsors include Pro
And here we go.
Here we go indeed.
Zealous, LSI, USA Pickleball, PPR, All Tournament, Huda, New People,
Zay Navratil off to an aggressive start.
Pickleball Net, Pickleball Magazine, Hard True, and Core Physical Therapy. As the official Pro Tour of USA Pickleball, all APP events are safe and 100% follow the official rulebook of USA.
Nice spot there from Auburn. And again, we have 3 very tall players on the court right now, and Zay Navratil.
Yep.
Please always remember and never forget. The minute you
Poor
settle
Zane.
for less than you deserve, you get even less than you settle.
We're good buds, so I'm allowed to say that. He would have.
So that right there is what we're going to see.
Oh, there it is. Nice defense and cover, though.
Yep.
Wow, really nicely done.
And that's exactly what we're going to see from Diascu. He's going to get in those cross-court dinks battles. He's going to pop up the one with the backhand and then clean it up with the earning. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to clean that one up.
Well, that one died a little there on the court. Auburn not able to get under it. Again, yes, still dealing with 20+ mile-an-hour winds here today, so wreaking havoc all over the place.
0-0-2.
That's going to go long from Long.
Fitting.
He did it on purpose just so I could say that. Nice pickups. I do expect this to be a very close match. I don't think, especially with the wind, as we mentioned, it's a big equalizer between teams. So I think neither of these teams is going to run away with it.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of aggression and offensive play, which would make this match pretty exciting.
Attention all players and fans, we will be serving Florida sweet iced tea today at 1 o'clock. Florida iced tea will be served at 1 o'clock to all
Oh, we have a barrier down.
Yeah, I caught it, guys.
We lost some equipment on the table here, but we're all good.
Man, look at those reflexes of mine. Woo! Tell you what.
You're ready for the Pro Tour.
Definitely almost lost a computer monitor, everyone.
Each team gets a free timeout here as we repair the surrounding areas of the court. And now we're back. There we go. If I'm Stefan Auburn and Long is dinking cross court with Andre Diascu, I would just take a step back off the line because you know it's coming. You know that Andre's going to use his length to get in there and start an attack.
Yeah, he is definitely looking to speed it up as soon as possible. Oh, caught a little bit of that post. the around the post attempt. Again, we see Navratil on that right side.
Seen a couple of missed drop shots here early from Auburn as they're just getting comfortable.
Good eye. And again, Navratil and Diascu are relatively close in age, but I'm getting a lot of like big brother, little brother vibes, and I like it.
Auburn just needs to settle in here. You know, he's missed a few from the backcourt. Expect to see him get dialed in. Let's see here. 3-1. 4-1, sorry.
Good speed up there, catching Navratil a little bit in that transition zone.
Yeah, he missed his split step a little bit and got off balance.
Yeah, just a couple of these unforced errors from Auburn we definitely didn't see in their last matchup.
Yep.
So perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit of their opponents.
Yeah.
Well, and how we were talking about earlier with the wind, the direction it's coming from, Auburn has to be careful reaching in on some of those balls, right? Because the ball's pulling away from the paddle.
The look on his face just missing that dig is fantastic. He is a very emotional player. You will never not know exactly what he's feeling.
Another error here by Auburn.
1-6-2.
Yeah, great job, Dane. Come on.
Yeah, just really quick hands from Navratil and Diascu. I think Long and Auburn really need to be ready for that ball to come back. If they're gonna speed it up, you have to be ready for the next one coming even faster. Oh, very awkward looking attempt there from Diascu, but again, put it in a weird spot, add a little wind.
They did not read the trajectory of that ball correctly.
Yeah, great spot.
Yeah, it was a great attack by Zane, right in the chicken wing of Brennan Long on the right hip. Long couldn't get a good paddle
like
on it.
they're isolating Auburn here just a little bit. Long not able to get into as many of these rallies. I'd like to see him insert himself if he can a little bit more. We'll try and take the pressure
off of Auburn, yep. Auburn has had a few more mistakes this match than we've seen earlier.
Go, come on.
And you can see the frustration on Brennan Long as missed that volley.
And again, he was ready for it to come back. He had his paddle up, expecting it, and you just have to wonder just how much the wind affects the ball.
Well, yeah, it looks like it pulled over across his body a little bit more than he was expecting.
So a timeout here from Auburn and Long as they are trailing 8-1. Perhaps I spoke a little too soon when I said no one was going to run away with it. And again, I don't think necessarily that Navratil and Diascu are outplaying them tremendously. It's just the errors. There's a lot of unforced errors happening right now. I don't know if it's impatience. What do you think that is? Because we didn't see much the previous match from them.
Yeah, well, I think in the previous match that we saw them play against Farias and Merchant, they were a little bit more of the aggressive team. But now Navratil and Diescu are really controlling the pace of the game and being the more aggressive team and putting pressure on Auburn and Long
And kind of take them
make
out
some
of
better
their,
shots.
take them out of the game they want to play.
They're definitely not as comfortable on the, in this game as they were earlier.
All right, and from the timeout, 8-1-2, and Auburn just really gets a hold of that.
Attention players, this is a reminder, you must check in every
Good job
day
getting that ball down by Diascu's feet,
with the 12:30 start time in
making
the
him
queue.
really get nice and low.
Don't forget whether you're playing in pro
Gonna
or
sail Long, and
amateur
that is
brackets,
exactly what Long and Auburn need.
Yep.
They need some momentum on their side, and they'll take the 3 points.
Yeah, it's a sense of relief for Long and Auburn to get off one.
Again, the wind just stopped that ball in its tracks entirely.
2-9-2.
I'd like to, so that was a really short return from Diascu, and I would have loved to see Long attack that. Get in there, drive it, do something with a short return.
Yeah, I thought he was going to, and then it looked like he pulled off from it. Maybe he didn't like the way it was, he was thinking it wasn't going to bounce as high.
Yeah. Great hands by Auburn to save the first onslaught of attack, and then Long just had the opportunity to put it away. Yeah, again, error and a game point here for Navratil and Diascu. Oh, nice hands from Long. Oh, the wind has died just a little bit now.
And they're able to hold him off for at least one more go around.
I mean, if Long and Auburn can cut down on their unforced errors, especially in the dink rallies, they have a better chance of outlasting Navratil and Diascu.
Referee correction. 2-10-1.
Ooh, that was close. The left heel might have caught it on Auburn's earning. Yep.
It did a little bit of shot. Again, Michelle can't see that. She literally can't see that little tiny piece of his shoe. So again, we have the benefit of the replay. And once we get to the point in pickleball where we have the replay available for everyone.
It looks like we have some good sportsmanship from Auburn, trusting the call of Zane and Andre giving up the point.
Again, that's what I love about pickleball. We see this non-stop, just really great sportsmanship.
2-10-2.
And again, Navratil and Diascu very sure that he caught it, which he did, which we saw on replay.
Yeah, so kudos to Auburn for the sportsmanship.
And it was very close. It wasn't a blatant kitchen violation.
Yep.
So again, very close, easily missable by our ref as it was on the other side of his foot. You know, very close.
3-10-2.
Auburn lets that go by.
Yeah, Andre just didn't put a lot on it.
Yeah, I think he definitely thought it was coming faster. can see his face as he realizes, oh no, that was very in.
You saw Daescu load up on it, just took a, but he ended up taking more pace off.
Another game point opportunity here for Navratil and Daescu.
Yeah.
Just a lot of pressure being brought from Navratil and Daescu. They come out on top here in game 1 of the semifinal, 11-3. We will switch ends here for game number 2 and be back into the action here at the APP Plantation Open right after this.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back to a blustery Saturday morning here in Plantation, Florida, at the Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball. We have our number 2 seed, Andre Daescu and Zane Navratil, taking on the number 6 seed, Stefan Auvergne and Brendan Long. Long and Auvergne on the far end here for game 2. Long in the white shirt, Auvergne in the dark. Daescu and Navratil taking game 1, 11-3. Let's see what adjustments were made here coming into the second game.
Yeah, the story of game 1 was Zane Navratil and Daescu definitely controlled, set the pace for the game, and was a lot more aggressive than Auvergne and Long. Auvergne and Long had a few more unforced errors earlier on in the middle part of the game, and you know, that can easily stretch a lead out pretty quick. Zane is having a lot of success cross court with Stefan, finding Auvern's right foot.
I think Daescu thought he got that back corner, but then says, I didn't see it. Yeah, it does look like it missed just barely, but he easily doesn't argue. He's like, I didn't really see it. Sometimes it just feels good off your paddle.
It did look like it was going to come in, but it trailed off.
Oh, little middle confusion there.
Yep. Those quick reflexes by Long on the very last one, able to get his hips out of the way and put a paddle on it.
0-1-1. Second serve.
Do you want to see him just go to the middle more instead of trying to cross so far over there with the angle? Because I feel like that is a lot of his errors are when he's trying to go with that angle a little bit too much,
Well, yes,
given the wind.
especially, you know, when he's been cross court with Zane Avertil. Zane has been able to really hit some sharp dinks to Stefan's backhand, and Stefan's trying to put it, basically trying to match it, you know, instead of just reset it to the middle.
Yep.
Come on!
That was good offense by Brendan Long, and that's what we saw earlier from him. It was a lot more offense created, and I think we saw a little bit of that towards the end of game 1, and now he's carrying that over into game 2.
Yeah, I think they realized they needed to be a little more aggressive. Nice hands from Long. Ooh, nice get from Daescu.
That one's not coming back. But that was a good point by Long in Auburn, putting a lot more pressure, moving Andre off his line a lot more.
Yep.
Andre's not going to be as dangerous using his length if he's a foot off the kitchen line. And Long and Auburn have their first lead of this match so far.
Let's go. Let's go.
That was a great reach by Auburn. I don't know if he crossed the plane of the net or not. No, he did not. Yeah.
Yeah. He made sure to get outside the kitchen that time. Auburn, one of the newer faces on the pro scene. Just turned 33. A belated happy birthday. Oh. Okay, so I mean, Michelle did call it about a second after Stefan called it on himself and laughed as he was. That's one of those early rookie mistakes where you're just like, I don't know what happened. I just fully went in the kitchen.
Great defense. A nice, lovely drop shot there by Daescu, bringing him back up to the kitchen line. Unfortunately, couldn't get to it in time. We're seeing Auburn start to mix up his dinks and go a little more straight up with Andre. And Andre, you know, known to earning quite a bit, but he's got to keep it in the back of his mind that Stefan is sitting there the whole time looking Ernie as well.
Who tries to mix it up, block that cross court. Gets it just a little wide.
We have a much more even match here in game 2. Both teams going a little back and forth. I think Auburn and Long have gotten a little more comfortable in this matchup. making it a lot more competitive of a game.
Yeah, I definitely think they made some good adjustments. Cut down on the unforced errors here.
Great hands by Brennan Long, being able to hit down at Zane's feet. Zane had to take a few steps back. Unfortunately, couldn't get it over the net.
Eskew just so big and such powerful overheads, but he also does a great job getting a good angle on them as well.
Yep. Leaving a ball high to Andre is definitely not ideal.
Again, yes, we are looking at 20 to 40 mile an hour winds, depending if it's gusting or not. So just catches that same line. Ooh, good hands there from Auburn and Long.
Yep.
Definitely, as you mentioned, being a lot more competitive this second game.
Yeah, Auburn's looking for the Ernie quite a bit. And Diasky was starting to notice it, so he just threw one at him. And he caught Auburn off guard.
Spot there from Long.
1, 2, 2.
Ooh, Navarrete with that 2-minute backhand, yep.
Just sitting on it. He's ready for Brennan to attack.
2, 2, 2.
Oh, too good from Navarrete, right up the middle.
I kind of like seeing Zane on the right side of the court. You definitely see more of that two-handed backhand, a swinging volley, and Andre just stepping out of the way, letting him have it. Zane just trying to force something. That dink, be a little creative, but it didn't work out for him very well. More competitive game 2.
Yeah, I feel like this game has been going on forever, and we're only at 2-3.
Yep.
Andre Descu, because he does love to take balls out of the air and attack, and he has that length to do so, but we are seeing he's not getting as much on them because the wind is pulling them a little away from him.
Correct.
So he can't quite get as solid of a paddle on it as he wants to.
Yep, but he knows it's going to come back, so he immediately just gets ready to clean it up the next time, which we saw 2 points ago from him. Definitely a pattern that Andre likes to get into. See it quite a bit. With that, reaches in with the backhand, flicks it at the person in front of him, cleans it up with a forehand.
All right, Descu and Navarrete going on a little run here, though. This could be what they were looking for.
players, Scott Tingley, Bob White. Scott Tingley, Bob White, please report to court 17.
Just exceptional
This
hands
is
by
your
all 4
second
players.
and final call.
But Brennan Long comes out on top as he gets Zane. It's up on 1. That's all it takes. Little lead got stretched on that one side out as Diasco and Albertson now take a 5-2 lead. Auburn and Long have not scored a point since they've been up 2-1. Well, there we go.
They just needed you to mention it, John. Usually helps get him over the hump.
Auburn is definitely finding more comfortability and is dinking right now. This is moving it around a little bit more. Not creating as many errors as he did in game 1. That's just too good. Short,
Nice
all caused
setup.
by a short return. And Auburn able to step in and rip it at Zane.
Every time Auburn tries to drive it, he's just leaving it a little low. He's just a little flat on them.
Auburn got what he wanted, but it seems to be like he's just looking for that Ernie so much.
He's forgetting there's other options.
He's stepping to his right, and the ball is going more towards the middle, and he can't adjust quick enough.
Long. Dasco and Navratil back up by 3. And a timeout here called. Long and Auburn, as we've mentioned, a lot more in the second game than they were in the first. But I think they're sensing a little momentum here as Navratil and Dasco get a little more aggressive.
Yep, they're starting to find their groove back.
Directly to the court
Dasco and
meet your match
Zane
starter
are.
or your referee. Players, whether you're playing pro or amateur, please report directly to the court to meet your match starter or your referee when you receive your court assignment for your text message. Thank
Beautiful,
you.
partly sunny day here in Plantation, Florida, but very, very windy, so I know all of the players are having to deal with that.
It seems to be that Zane Navratil and Andre Dasco are doing a very good job with the control of their balls. You're not seeing very many unforced errors by them.
Yeah, I think definitely some teams are better able to handle the wind than others. All right, back into the action. Dasco serving. 7-4-1. 7-4-1.
Too good by Andre, pushing Stefan Auburn off the line, creating a little bit more space for him to move that dink around and getting one to pop up.
8-4-1.
Yep.
Great spot there from Dasco.
So yeah, if I'm Auburn there, I just take, you know, with Andre reaching in with the backhand, just take a half step off the line, give yourself a little more time. That little miscommunication in the middle.
Oh, nice pickup.
Oh, that was insane.
Oh no, it's going to be too much. He had to reach so much at the end for that. Good effort getting there, just too much angle. And a match point here for Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu. Ooh, that was an out ball. Andre knows it.
They owe me big time over there. I saved the players there. Sorry.
Deescu saying it was going into the players' tent behind the court.
So Auburn and Long hang on here. I think they're gonna have to put a little something together here, or they might be out of opportunities.
It looks like Brennan Long wants to involve Zane Navratil a little more, as the cross court between Long and Deescu is not working well for their side.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He tried a little shake and bake there, but Auburn's drive was just a little too high. Zane able to find the feet of Long.
Another match point.
And there it is.
And that is gonna be the match. So Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu head to the winner bracket final, while Stefan Auburn and Brendan Long drop to our consolation bracket, where they will hope to battle back into that bronze medal match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be on court in the Franklin studio when we return, followed by more pickleball action here at the APP Plantation Open, presented by Head Pickleball.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. Pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back here to Championship Court. We have a women's pro doubles match coming up right now. I think some of you at home were hoping to see this match, so we got you. Don't worry, this is a semifinal matchup here in our women's pro doubles. We have Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson, our #1 seed, taking on Amanda Hendry and Anna Bright, our #5 seeded team. Hendry and Bright took down Kat Stewart and Marina Androni Stewart, 11-1, 11-4, and then defeated in their quarterfinal Megan Holland, Megan Fudge, 11-3, 11-1 to get here to the semis, while Johnson and Whitwell had to bye their first round and then defeated Cameron Blackwood and Paris Todd in a 3-game match, 8-11, 11-0, 11-1. So now we find ourselves here in this semifinal match. Of course, winner of this heads to the winner bracket final, where Jackie Kawamoto and Jade Kawamoto have already secured their spot. after defeating Megan Charity and Monica Pelicelli. This should be a good matchup. Kathy Postlethwaite will be our USA Pickleball certified referee. And John, you just got a chance to talk to Anna Bright this last week after her breakout performance with Georgia Johnson at the Punta Gorda Open. Any fun facts you learned?
Well, she's definitely feeling very confident over the last weekend's success. And she said she wants to bring the funk to pickleball. So
I appreciate
that is her goal this weekend. And I was watching her and Amanda Hendry play earlier, and both of them playing very solid. Expect to see Amanda Hendry, who usually I would say is more of a power player, is the more consistent one on the court, with Amanda Hendry, or sorry, excuse me, Anna Bright looking to create the offense. So it'll be interesting how that matches up. Kind of the similar style team, with Georgia being the one to likely try to initiate a lot, as Lee Whitwell's the solid foundation.
The rock, the cornerstone.
Yes, I guess you could say. So it'll be interesting to see, as it's kind of two similar styles of play on both sides of the court. And it'll all come down to execution.
And of course, Whitwell and Johnson have paired up several times already. Varying levels of success to their partnership, but definitely a very solid team. And again, they are the #1 seed here today at the Plantation Open. Again, for anyone wondering, I think different tournaments do it differently, but at the APP Tour, our seedings are done by World Pickleball Rankings. So when registration closes for a tournament, they kind of lock in what the ranking is right then between the players, and they average them out between the partners, and that creates the seeding. Lee Whitwell recently signing with Team Pro XR Pickleball, one of our fabulous sponsors here at the APP Tour, so a big shout out to them. A couple other great pros have recently signed to their team as well, as they're building quite a nice roster. So Amanda Hendry in the pink skirt, Anna Bright in the white hat on the far end.
Yep, and that's what we're going to see from Anna Bright, is a lot of offense. She does not like to stay in the dink for very long. So Lee Whitwell is a pretty good person to stand across from her, as Lee is, you know, very good at blocking and resetting and getting every single ball back. So.
And they have to also, they've seen it, they've experienced it. Georgia obviously played with Anna Bright.
Yep.
They know her style. She wants to come out firing. She wants to be aggressive. You know she's going to be looking to just speed it up at you, so you have to be expecting that at all times.
That is correct, and she does a really good job of getting that ball from very low, you see there on the backhand side, and grabbing that ball and pulling it over the net and still keeping it in.
Caught Whitwell making a move to the center there.
A little net love. The fans love it.
Gasp.
Crowd starting to filter in here.
Yeah, definitely. Getting some butts in the seats, as they say, John.
Yeah, quite a few people next to us on this side of the court.
Yeah, it's a really nice open area, so you can watch from a lot of different vantage points. We got some bleachers, we got our courtside seats, standing along the fence.
Go.
Amanda Hendry has been very consistent all day of what I've seen so far, which helps a player like Anna Bright too to create the offense, if she can just be very consistent and make a lot of balls herself.
Nice little slice there from Whitwell, gets it nice and low.
Whitwell and Johnson just smiling a little bit, getting loose. As they likely have been sitting for a little while. There it is, another attack. Just catches the chicken wing of Whitwell right in the left shoulder. So pretty good spot for Bright to pick. And Bright and Hendry off to early lead here at 3-1. Wow, that was just insane. The third shot lob, you love to see it.
Yeah, and that was all wind right there.
Look at the ball just curl.
Yeah, and that was going to go well long. But again, you play the wind.
Yep.
Once you can adjust to it, kind of expect it, know what's happening. Good lead there from Whitwell, though. You can try and use it to your advantage. Oh, a little payback from earlier.
Yep.
Oh, nice poach there from Whitwell.
And obviously set up from Johnson with a good drive right at Hendry.
Nice little shake and bake there.
Hendry, another lefty. So another righty-lefty matchup here.
My goodness.
It's been every match so far.
Coming out of the woodworks. Only the last one there wasn't.
There was only one. Yeah.
Zane and Andre are both righties.
Okay, we're seeing a little bit of a pattern here.
She's getting aggressive.
Yeah.
I like it.
We're seeing a pattern here. It'll be interesting to see if Hendry and Bright mix it up by returning more to Lee's side, as Johnson is the one driving, setting up Lee for the poach.
Bradley Eugene Stikowski to the tournament desk. Bradley Eugene Stikowski to the tournament desk.
You are going to see Johnson and Whitwell targeting Hendry a lot this match, just because they know what Bright is capable of.
Yeah, and you know, with Hendry hasn't had as much time in the double spotlight, but she's really improved over the last year.
Absolutely.
Become a lot more of a consistent player, more higher percentage play.
Yeah, she has definitely continued to work on her game and continues to grow into the pro scene, which I love to see, especially on the women's side. Ooh.
And it's very smart of Georgia Johnson to, you know, as Bright is leaning more towards the middle, you know, she's able to bring that back, that 200 backhand roll from Johnson over to the behind Bright. As that space is being created.
Nice setup
Yeah.
from Georgia Johnson to Georgia Johnson. Well done. Really good placement in her shot selection. We're tied up at 5s. Ooh. Wow,
That was
Georgia Johnson. I thought there was no way she was getting that at all.
Great
And then she attacked. That ball was on the ground and she attacked off of it. Who does that?
That was impressive. I don't think Hendry was ready for that to come right at her chest.
6-5-2.
Good hands by Georgia. Wow.
Oh, nice spot there.
And earlier we saw Hendry and Bright take a lead, but now Johnson and Whitwell have stretched a little one of their own.
Yeah, they definitely made some quick adjustments. We talk about all the time how important it is for teams to make those adjustments on the fly mid-game. Nice job, Whitwell. Screaming at Georgia Johnson to let that go. But nice job from the 15-year-old with some big overheads, keeping the pressure on.
Thought Johnson was going to continue to keep driving the ball. Just, that one comes up a little short.
See, Hendry really likes that two-handed dink.
Yep. And they got away with that one as Lee Whitwell was sitting nice and pretty with that forehand in the middle. She wants that one back.
5-7-1 here in game one of this semifinal match.
That was nice, such a nice and low
Mm-hmm.
drive by Anna.
Again, there's been a lot of talk. Obviously, she kind of roared onto the scene last week. And there, of course, are things she's going to need to hone and work on in her game. But all the raw talent is there. It's just a matter of kind of harnessing it in the right way. Of course, she's fresh off her college tennis career. Just graduated in May. So there'll be an adjustment period to kind of shed perhaps some of the tennis things that she no longer needs as much here in pickleball.
Yep. You know, you see here some of her attacks are a little predictable as, you know, Lee and Johnson have started to pick up on it. Where earlier in the match, she was able to find some holes.
And I think they've done a good job of keeping the ball away from Bright, so she's not being able to be involved nearly as much.
But I love what Lee did there. She rolled one right behind Bright to keep her honest. Bright had no other option but to throw up a lob.
Oh, that looks a little long. Johnson has a really heavy serve. So again, it serves her very well, but every once in a while she's going to miss some.
Couldn't tell.
I think Whitwell thought she caught that, but yeah, that looked like it was just a little long, but good idea. And the thing is too, you mentioned the predictability from Anna Bright. I think as you're watching her play, it is a little predictable. You almost can guarantee she's looking to just speed it up or drive it at you. So I think she definitely needs to really work on the soft game, incorporating a little more variety into her shots.
Yeah, and on that prior point that she won, instead of looking for the attack, she actually rolled it back behind Georgia to set herself up. So she realized she needed to mix it up as well, and it worked out for her.
Yeah, I definitely think her default setting is a drive attack, which again, as she gets into the game more and learns the intricacies of pickleball versus tennis, that'll continue to improve. Obviously, she's already making waves just into the pro scene.
Yeah, but the crowd here is definitely favoring this near side of Johnson and Whitwell as they come on a little run here.
I mean, Georgia Johnson, this is kind of her turf from Delray Beach, so not too far away.
Oh, we have a timeout at game point.
All right, so again, Hendry and Bright came out really quick in the beginning of this first game. But Johnson and Whitwell, again, a little more experience, a little more time at this level. Stayed calm, stayed in it, made the adjustments. Lee Whitwell giving me a hard time, can't believe it. But again, they've been around a little bit longer. They stayed steady, made the adjustments in game, and on a game point.
Well, you know, I think they picked up on a pattern that Bright and Hendry were doing with Bright looking to speed up on that backhand. So they were able to take that away from her a little bit, forcing Bright and Hendry to be a little more creative.
Yeah, and I mean, Bright and Hendry have been right in this game the entire time.
Yep. It's just been the stretch at the end here.
This is game point here for Whitwell and Johnson. And an attack from Georgia Johnson will get the job done here. So game one going to Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell, our #1 seed, 11-7. We'll see how Amanda Hendry and Anna Bright handle game two with a end switch. We'll be back with that game right after this.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back to Championship Court and this Women's Pro Doubles semifinal match. Game number 2 about to kick off. Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson on the far end. Amanda Hendry and Anna Bright on the near end. Johnson and Whitwell taking game 1 11-7. Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison here in the booth. See if Hendry and Bright can force a third game here in this semifinal match.
Yeah, you know, I think they have the ability because the first game was very competitive up until the last few points. So I think if Bright and Hendry can be a little more consistent and be a little less predictable at times, they could definitely take this game too.
Absolutely. And again, this is our second stop on our Florida tour. In 2 weeks, we will be at the Delray Beach Open. So hopefully we will see everyone at home there as well.
Off to a quick start.
Ooh, ooh. Yeah, I was like, Whitwell better duck. And she's there, she has it.
They got away with that one, as Whitwell was ready for that. She'll want that one back.
Yeah, very similar here to the first game, Hendry and Bright. Quick 3-0 lead. Let's see if Whitwell and Johnson again. Different end, different wind conditions. Let's see if they can once again make those adjustments to get back in it here.
Tell you what,
seen some errors.
Bright is 2 for 2 on the third shot lob.
That is true.
So I'm interested to see if she goes back to that.
Ooh, nice pickup from Hendry. Oh, nice hands from Whitwell. Nice rally all around there.
Yeah.
Really nice hands.
0-4-1.
Hendry with a couple dink errors here. Maybe just getting a little tight.
1-4-1.
Georgia bringing the heat, bringing it right back to Bright.
Heard that Amanda Hendry definitely was feeling the pressure coming into this weekend after Anna Bright's kind of breakout performance last weekend. She was like, "Oh boy, I got a lot to do this week."
Well, you know, I think she should keep her head up because she's been playing pretty good pickleball all day long.
Absolutely.
That's just good pressure right off the bat from Whitwell and Johnson. Just in control of that whole point.
And again, just like game one, Johnson and Whitwell now closing the gap.
Yep.
It's like deja vu, John.
Yeah.
Whitwell now getting a little more aggressive, a little poaching there.
Yep, history repeating itself. That was a really deep serve.
Right on that baseline. Really well done from Johnson.
Out! Come on!
And a good attack by Bright, kind of caught Whitwell off guard. As she held it pretty long. It looked like she was going to pop it at Georgia.
Nice job from Johnson. Completely read that Bright was making a move towards the middle there.
Yep.
Caught her on that backside.
Very heads-up play by Georgia Johnson. Again, Bright bringing some brute force to the court.
There's that lob.
So now she's 2 for 3.
Uh-huh.
Still good percentage.
Did I let that go? I know it's interesting to watch the teams that, or players that talk a lot during a rally of, you know, yours, mine. Obviously, Bright does that a lot. It's very vocal.
Yeah.
Some players really like that, some don't. Ooh. Lee Whitwell.
With the swing and a miss.
There's the good reflexes there from Whitwell.
Strike one.
Hart, Travis Rittenmeyer sighting over there, playing J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. It's a semifinal matchup, I believe. Oh, Amanda Hendry. Oh, I think that would have gone out if Whitwell had let that go.
Yeah, it hung up in the air there a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like the wind was going to take it wide if she had let that
Yeah, it would have surely gone over.
She thought it was going to be a little closer, so.
It was amazing hands by Hendry just to get that far into the point.
No, absolutely. Tied at 5s.
Real tight game here in game 2. We haven't seen a game 3 on center court today yet.
We haven't. I'm surprised too, because with the wind, you'd think
one side would be favored.
one side would maybe perhaps do a little better and force those third games, but you're right, we saw a lot of 3-game matches yesterday. Nice spot there from Johnson.
That was all set up by a really good third shot. Kind of rolling drop shot by Johnson.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Making Hendry have to hit up on the ball, and after that, Johnson and Whitwell were in control that whole point.
Oh, the wind. Oof. Thought Bright was going to whiff that there for a minute as the ball just got sucked away from her.
Yep, Bright took off a little bit more than she could chew on that one and opened up the court for Whitwell to have an easy put away. And now they regain the lead here at 7-6.
Johnson's had a lot of success with some big drives that maybe would go long, but she's targeting them at a player. So it's making it really difficult for them to not try and go for it.
Might have a timeout here, possibly. Yeah, here it comes.
All right, so Hendry and Bright once again towards the end of the second game are falling behind a little. And again, I think, you know, Bright has all the raw talent. We've seen what she can do, but I think the consistency will come with a little more time and experience under her belt as, of course, Georgia Johnson, only 15 years old, but she's been playing at the pro level a full year now.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more, but really, there's nothing that can really replace that experience at this level.
Yeah, that experience definitely helps you in the middle of the game, right? Pick up on things a little bit quicker and make adjustments. And the more experienced players tend to pull it out at the end of each game.
Yeah, able to withstand the pressure a little bit more.
Yep.
All right, and from the timeout, Johnson and Whitwell up by 2.
Yeah, that was a good thing by Amanda Hendry, keeping it nice and low. Whitwell did not seem for it to be ready for that to go so low at her feet.
Ooh, just took a funky bounce.
Yeah, that was a big serve by Hendry. The wind's kind of shifted a little bit from behind Hendry and Bright.
Nice spot. And Amanda Hendry also recently signing with Team Hudef. So big congrats to her in her new sponsorship. Just a little short.
Yeah, it's good to see some up-and-coming players get some recognition by some of the pickleball companies out there.
Ooh. Oh, that's just so tough. Looks like Johnson's ball might not even make it over, and then sometimes you're overthinking the wind as well. What's the wind about to do? And you kind of psych yourself out a little bit.
Yeah, well, just looking at the flags around the facility, it looks like it's the wind's starting to shift a little bit behind the back of Hendry and Wright.
Match point here for Whitwell and Johnson. Whitwell, I think, is gonna...
The experience reigns supreme.
Yep, turning up to 11 there at the end. So well done, Whitwell and Johnson. Withstand the pressure here brought by Amanda Hendry and Anna Bright, who will drop to our consolation bracket. Johnson and Whitwell move on to our winner bracket final, where they'll face the Kawamoto twins of Jackie and Jade. We'll be on court in the Franklin studio after this. Don't go anywhere, more pickleball action to come here at the APP Plantation Open.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell, who are heading to the winner bracket final. First, give your shout outs.
Hi, Mom. I know you're watching. How is it going? We'll chat tomorrow.
I love it. Hi, Mom, as well. Do you want to say hi to your mom, too?
She's here, but yes. Hi, Mom.
All right, you guys are headed to the winner bracket final. You, of course, made history, made some waves last weekend, partnering with Anna Bright, took a gold medal in women's doubles. Now you're facing her. You know kind of the heat that she's going to bring. Does that help, having just played with her, to know what to expect on the other side of the net from her?
Yeah, sure.
Would you like to expand at all, or that's your final answer?
Final answer.
I love it. Thank you very much. All right, you guys have partnered together a lot. Obviously, you have the experience. Coming up against a team that's kind of just coming onto the scene, making a little bit more noise now. Do you think that helped you guys to just kind of stay calm, stay steady, weather the storm, and come out on top at the end?
Absolutely. Like Georgia and I played, I think this is probably our 5th or 6th time playing, and it's always fun playing with her. I always say I like to play with my partners who are younger than me because they'll run faster and dive for balls where I won't. And, you know, Anna and Georgia played a phenomenal tournament last weekend, and you know, it's Anna got a lot of press on that, and today it was more about giving Georgia the center stage and letting everybody know how great she is, because they were a team last weekend, and you know, Georgia had every little bit to do with that win, as did her, and today she showed it and she brought it and made me look good, and she knows her job and does it well.
That's all you can ask. Absolutely. You played absolutely lights out last weekend as well. You're going to face the Kawamoto sisters. Do you have a particular plan going into that matchup?
Well, we've played them before, and they came out on top last time, so making a few adjustments. We'll see what happens this time.
All right, well, congrats, ladies. You're headed to that winner bracket final. We'll see you here shortly. Don't go anywhere, though. Right after this, more pickleball action to come.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
New People Pickleball.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back, everybody, to the APP Plantation Open. Up next, we have a consolation bracket in the men's pro doubles draw. We have Brandon Hubschman here in the camo with Shiv Krishnaswamy playing against the young guns, William Sobek and Gabe Tardio. We're 3 games away from the bronze medal for these guys, so we have a little bit to go before they make it to a medal round. But some pretty solid teams. Krishnaswamy and Hubschman beat Jayshawn Campbell and Eric Gilbert to get into this match, where Tardio and Sobek took down Johnny Goldberg and John Sincola 15-3.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, we have another medal presentation of the day. This is our amateur women's doubles 3035 combined bracket. Congratulations to our bronze medalists, Joni Rich
Just a little
and
short there
Deborah
from
Becker.
Hubschman.
Yep, Brandon Hubschman is someone that is going to be very creative.
Andrea Zucker and Shayla
you'll see
Simon.
a little bit of flair from him.
Please head to the Franklin medal stand near court number
And Shiv
17.
Krishnaswamy is going to be very solid in the dinking and looking to speed up in the hands battles.
Yeah, he partnered with Anna Bright yesterday in mixed. He had a good showing. Sure, not quite as good as they would have hoped, but I think a lot of teams can say that.
Yeah. I've played with Brandon Hubschman several times.
How did that go, John?
That doesn't need to be discussed.
I'm sore subject. I'm so sorry.
I'm just kidding. He's a great guy and a great player. But you know, they have definitely a test ahead of them with William Sobek and Gabe Tardio.
Absolutely.
Both just studs.
Ooh, gorgeous, yes. William Sobek, 18 years old. Gabriel Tardio, 16.
Effortlessly clearing the kitchen there. He gets the earning winner.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot. Ooh,
Went for it again. Was that a no-look backhand overhead by Sobek?
It sure was. It sure was. A little beautiful Ernie there from Tardio.
You'd love to see it. 10 out of 10 on style points.
I often think we need to start factoring in style points in pickleball, but I'm not sure USA Pickleball agrees, so we'll see. I'll submit it in the next rule change. It's a little wide there from Sobek. And again, I think people see the wind affect the bigger shots, the drives, the lobs, all of that, but it's affecting the dinks so much. You can just see the players kind of on edge in the dink rallies because they're just trying so hard to control where they put the ball. Yeah, Hubschman and Krishnaswamy still trying to get on the board here in this match to 15. Looking to stay alive here.
Oh, Brandon.
A little miss hit there.
Hubschman just barely missed that one off the edge of the paddle. And a pretty commanding start here by Sobek and Tardio. That was a great job by Krishnaswamy getting that ball away from the sideline of the court, where Tardio was looking to Ernie again.
Oh, Hubschman with a big Ernie.
Yep, Hubschman is very athletic, as you could see. Oh, and he just barely.
I know, I thought he was going to go for it, and then it pulled back like right at the end. Ooh, a little too big on that drive. Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen Tardio and Sobek team up together in a tournament.
Well, yeah, you know, obviously William Sobek played a lot with his father as he was getting older, and I think it was due time for him to.
Yep, he has transitioned to the senior pro level.
Yep.
Yeah, we're seeing just so many new young players come into the sport, these two included. Sobek been around for a little while, but I think having a little bit more better results the last year or so.
Yeah, you know, he's starting to get older, a little stronger.
Yep.
He's not just a kid out there anymore.
A young man indeed.
Yep. That wind is really picking up right now, isn't it?
Yeah, just so tough.
Hubschman complaining to the booth about the wind.
I mean,
there's not much we can do about it.
I'll put a call into somebody, but I don't have a lot of power around here.
And there, you know, you see Hubschman likes to be really creative, but it's tough in these conditions, right?
Yeah. Oh, nice recovery there from Krishnaswamy. Excuse me. Krishnaswamy off the net.
Everybody calls him Shiv. So if you hear Shiv, that is Krishnaswamy. Hubschman and Krishnaswamy obviously want to close the gap here a little bit before they switch sides.
Yeah.
So this is 1 game to 15.
Yeah, they mixed it up a little there on the stack, trying to just give the kids a little different look. Stay with it. Hubschman on the right side here. Ooh,
there we go.
Another beautiful Ernie. Little backhand smack there.
Hubschman and Krishnaswamy also hometown guys, as well as Tardio. So some commentary from the fans to all the guys on the court.
Nice big crowd here today, enjoying some pro pickleball.
There we go. They're closing the gap just a little bit. Slowly but surely, it seems that putting Hubschman on the right side of the court is just giving Tardio and Sobek a different look that they haven't just quite figured out yet. That's just a good attack by William Sobek.
And I think Tardio also has been looking for those Ernies as we saw early, but putting Hubschman in front of him, like you said, has kind of neutralized that a little bit, especially because Hubschman's also looking for those Ernies. But 1 point away from the end change. Ooh, nice spot there from Hubschman.
Hubschman says, no thank you. They hold them off. So now let's see if they can close the gap a little bit more on this side before they switch over at 8. Now we see a different look from Sobek.
Oh yeah, they've mixed it up now as well.
Tardio kicking himself a little bit there as he popped one up a little bit. Krishnaswamy, you know, just playing very conservative, moving that dink around very well, letting Brandon Hubschman get all the highlight points.
Yeah, they're just kind of keeping the pressure on here.
Yep.
Seen him force some errors out of Tardio and Sobek.
Hubschman just leaves that one a little too high. Sobek finds the left foot of Krishnaswamy.
They are within one here, though.
I think he
what's
kissed.
really funny is, so he blew on the ball. I feel like I heard that you were allowed to do that.
I believe you are, but I think it hit him in the. I think
Did it hit him in the
I think he
face?
kissed
Like,
it.
you're literally allowed to do that. If he hadn't have touched that ball and blew on it, that would have been legal. I'm pretty sure. Someone correct me if
I've
I'm wrong.
seen Kyle Yates do it a couple times.
I didn't think he touched it.
It looked like he just kissed it.
Did it?
Yeah.
He's gonna have to wash his mouth after that. Oh, nice gets from William Sobek. And they will get that 8th elusive point here finally. Oh,
Yeah, he kept them alive.
what a reach. Yeah, so we'll switch ends here. William Sobek and Gabriel Tardio out here just by 2, 8-6 in this match to 15. So Shiv Krishnaswamy and Brandon Hubschman will finish out this match on the far end. I'm definitely asking Hubschman if he touched that ball after. What's your guess? Do you think a lot of pickleball players realize that you can do that and that's legal?
Well, I think some, many at least have seen Kyle Yates do it. So I've done it before. It didn't work, but I tried.
Didn't quite get a good enough blow on it. I'm sure I would have appreciated the effort, John. All right, so quick side out after the end change.
Krishnaswamy and Hubschman did a good job of closing the gap to just 2 before they switched sides, where they were originally down, I believe, 7-2.
Oh, recovery. Ooh, oh my goodness.
Amazing
wow.
hands.
I did not think Krishnaswamy and Hubschman were going to be able to stay in that, but nice hands.
Yeah, Shiv got really low, allowed himself to get underneath the ball and reset one in the kitchen.
Yeah, good eye there from Tardio. He could see Krishnaswamy really
Leaning
look in middle. Beautiful inside out behind him to get the ball back. Good reach there from Tardio, who
it was a good
sprouted up.
It was a good setup by Tardio to clean it up, but Brandon gave him a little bit more work to deal with, though. Still able to come out on top.
Oh yeah, just a little too high.
Yep.
Sobek able to take that next one out of the air. Good pickup there first.
Yeah, it's a lot of good pressure from Tardio and Sobek on this end. What an amazing play by Sobek, giving himself the shake and bake.
It's never a bad thing to just set yourself up.
Hubschman with no-look dinks. Able to to pop Tardy with one of those. There's a couple no-look dinks there by Hubschman.
Tardio teetering on that kitchen line as he reached in for that dink, but he's got a lot of length on him.
Yeah, he's doing a great job putting his paddle big in the middle.
Ooh, nice cover there from Sobek. That was a very quick Ernie. I think Tardio just did that. Ooh, looks like he might have got that line with his heel, but hard to tell on this side. And a timeout here called by Krishnaswamy and Hubschman as Tardio and Sobek now just 2 points away from closing out this match and continuing in our back draw, trying to make their way back to the bronze medal match. Loser of this match will be done for the day.
It was amazing how low Tardio was able to get that ball on the Ernie over the net and into Hubschman's chest.
Yeah, I thought it was a very ambitious Ernie, but it worked out.
It worked out because Hubschman missed that put away, but so he might have got away with that one, but it was still impressive.
So coming out of this timeout, Tardio will be serving. 13-7-2. Hubschman and Krishnaswamy looking for a side out, but they don't get it. And a match point.
Yep. Big run here by the youngsters.
Ooh, a little too aggressive there from Sobek.
You know, you have to go for gold sometimes.
Yeah, sure. Every once in a while. And up 14-7,
yeah,
not a bad time to do it.
And a good speed up by Hubschman off the bounce. Catches Tardio off guard a little bit. Sobek staying nice and composed as they're targeting him a little bit right now.
He's got some very quick hands though.
Yep.
So that can be a dangerous thing to try. Oh. I'm not sure Hubschman thought that through all the way.
That lob did not quite work out as well as he was hoping for. And another match point.
I have really enjoyed this partnership of Sobek and Tardio. I think it's a good one.
It's gonna be a good force for the future as these kids are maturing and getting a lot more experience at the pro level.
Yep. Krishnaswamy and Hubschman hold off another 2 match points. They gotta put some points on the board here though.
Well, it was a way to capitalize off that short return by Sobek as Hubschman comes in and crashes.
Oh, nice job by Hubschman keeping that one down.
Yeah. Good focus and composure by Hubschman, and Tardio puts the paddle down, so now we have another timeout called by Tardio and Sobek.
Yeah, they've had 3 match points here. They haven't been able to close out, which has left the door open here for Krishnaswamy and Hubschman, and they're taking advantage of it. So I think a very good timeout.
Yeah, it's better stop them before they get the ball rolling a little too much. So we'll see if Tardio and Sobek can weather the storm can finish the game off on a high note.
Yeah, I do appreciate that they are being very good with their timeouts, using them at the appropriate time. You know, sometimes you've seen younger teams be a little stubborn to call them, not really understand just how important they are to use at crucial points in a match. All right, still on first serve as well.
And they stop them once.
And they get one more.
Definitely a very important point here. That was all set up by a really nice dink by Christian Swami, making Sobek have to reach down to his right ankle and pick it up.
Yeah, he's gotten caught getting the ball on him a little bit.
Brandon Hubschman with a nice step in there. He likes, you notice he definitely likes speeding up with that backhand.
Yeah, I think Sobek needs to be a little more patient. Wait for those shots to come to him instead of trying to force anything.
Yeah, now we have a tight game.
Very tight.
Brandon gets it done again. As he reaches in there with his length, able to flick that ball through the middle of Tardio and Sobek, and they call another timeout here.
Yeah, second final timeout.
We have a game now, Lauren.
I mean, again, you wonder if the end change really kind of helped get Krishnaswamy and Hubschman going here. Different look at it, but
all right,
yeah, Tardio and Sobek just get knocked off their game a little bit here. Definitely were playing very confidently earlier in this match, and
there are several of you who have not checked in, but I've
need to
seen you
maybe
around the
get back to trying to play their game.
You were playing in the 4-5.
Yep, Hubschman and Krishnaswamy obviously playing really comfortably.
Please check in at the check-in desk
with a lot of confidence at the moment.
PT Player app to check in if you have played on previous days. Thank you.
As it took them a long time to score on this side of the court.
Tardio and Sobek just looking for one stop here, trying to hold off Krishnaswamy and Hubschman from tying it up. Ooh, and they do.
Yep.
Massive side out there coming on the timeout.
Yeah, that was a crucial stop.
Match point opportunities. Will be pretty important that they close it out here and not give them another opportunity. Let's see if they can do it. And they do. Wow, they withstand the heat brought from Krishnaswamy and Hubschman, who absolutely made a fabulous match of this. They are done for the day, but a big congrats to them. But Gabriel Tardio and William Sobek moving on here in our back draw. We'll be back here on Championship Court. Lauren McLaughlin and John Davison with you here for more men's and women's pro doubles action. Don't go anywhere. Back right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to Championship Court, Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison. We have our men's pro doubles winner bracket final coming up momentarily. we have Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu taking on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Frazier and Johnson are #1 seed. Deescu and Navratil the #2 seed. Again, winner of this heads to gold. Loser will head to bronze. So both of these teams on the podium here today. Let's take a quick look back at our tournament bracket. You can see Deescu and Navratil took down Rosner and Bach in their quarterfinal matchup, then defeating Auburn and Long in the semis, while Frazier and Johnson had to take down Campbell and Gilbert, and then defeating DeHart and Rittenmeyer in their semi. So again, no surprise to see our #1 and 2 seeds here.
The cream always rises to the top, doesn't it?
It sure does. And knowing we got to see Navratil and Deescu already here on championship court earlier in their semi. This is the first time we're seeing Frazier and Johnson. Knowing what you know of their style, what can you expect to see here, John?
I expect a lot of firepower from all 4 players on the court. J.W. Johnson has really started to do a little bit more aggression and offense to his play, and Frazier pretty much the same, right? And what we saw earlier from Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu, they were no stranger to creating some offense even when it wasn't really there, and being able to make it work. So I expect a little bit of firepower here.
I expect a lot of hands battles.
Yeah.
I think there'll be some quick action here. And again, first time Navratil and Deescu are playing together in a tournament. They will be partnering up together a couple times this year, so this will not be the last time we see this partnership. But first time here today, while Frazier and Johnson have partnered up already a handful of times, and I think will continue to do so this year as well. So they're trying to kind of find their stride in their partnership. Definitely getting more comfortable, because both of those two young men, very quiet, a little more reserved, definitely kind of low-key style of play, but we're seeing them come to life a little bit more, I think, as they get more comfortable in their partnership, what roles they play. And again, we're seeing Navratil, as we mentioned earlier, play a lot on the right side of the court, which we haven't necessarily seen him do. Mostly has teamed up with Althoff Merchant in the past in men's. So definitely a couple new partnerships for him and some different things to work out. So I think it's going well. I think their styles will work really well together, as well as they continue to kind of get their feel for each other. So I expect a good match here.
Yeah, it hasn't gone negatively for them so far. So, I mean, but they obviously have their toughest test of the day up next.
Absolutely. Joanna Corker will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match.
Good idea.
Starting to see a little bit more personality from J.W. Johnson lately, huh?
Indeed. I like it. Breaking out of his shell just a little. Definitely when we see him partner with Lee Whitwell in mixed, I think that's probably the most we see him getting loose and having fun out there. But
she has that effect on people.
She does. It's weird like that. But last time they partnered up together last weekend in Punta Gorda, saw the two guys joking, laughing out there. So I appreciate it. They're both obviously 19 and 20 years old.
Yep. Similar
stage of life, creating a good friendship as well as partnership here on the pickleball court, which I love to see. Nice get from Deescu. That ball is behind him. Oh, look at, so nonchalant.
It's like he's not even trying.
just brushing away a fly. Two under that from Navratil. And again, if any of these players are new to you, Navratil in the white shirt on the far end, Deescu in the green. And on the near end, Dylan Frazier in the red, J.W. Johnson in the black.
And just as we predicted.
A lot of firepower.
Good hand.
Frazier's got a really impressive backhand flick. You know, he holds that paddle so loose. Able to create a lot of power with that wrist.
Ooh.
It just didn't come out wide enough.
Yeah, kind of came back instead of out due to the wind. Still at zeros here though in game 1 of this winter bracket final.
Diascu's ball just still a little long. Good leave by Frazier. We're still here at 0-0.
Seems like we've had some crazy rallies and no score.
I anticipate
It's going to be that kind of match, I guess.
I anticipate this to be a very close match down to the wire.
Ooh, Diascu looking for that Ernie.
Still no points so far, huh?
And again, people have mentioned, we've seen J.W. Johnson play with that carbon paddle a lot this year. It looks like he's gone back to the Franklin paddle.
He's just showing he can play with anything.
Yep, talked to him last weekend, and he is hoping to lock in a paddle sponsor this year. I know a lot of people have wondered why he hasn't gotten one yet. He's just being real choosy, real selective, so I think he's hoping that that will happen this year. I have no doubt he has many offers.
Andre Diascu is a never till the first on the board. Now up 2-0. You have J.W. Johnson there, just so compact in those swings.
All right, attention players, this is a reminder. When you receive your text message with
It
your
allows him to
assignment,
come out on top of a lot of hands battles because he doesn't have a lot of backswing in those volleys.
Amateur or pro play, please report directly to the court when you receive your text message with your court assignment. Thank you.
Amazing gets here by Diascu and Zane. A 1-2-2 on J.W. Johnson's paddle. Deep serve. Allowed him to step in there and hit a big third.
Not only might this be a very close match, it might be a very long match.
It appears it'll be that way thus far.
Nice lead there.
Yeah, it was a good attack by Johnson off the bounce. Able to get up and over the net. Took a little pace off so it'd stay in.
3-2-2.
Oh, just long. I thought that was maybe dropping in.
J.W. Johnson's having some success in stepping in the middle of the court and speeding up at Andre.
Again, Andre Daescu's always looking for that speed up. He's trying to pick the right moment. That one was maybe a little too low, not quite as attackable as he was hoping. Ooh, almost gets there.
Yeah, got friendly roll there for Daescu. But you know, we had a good stretch there for Frazier and Johnson as they get a 5-2 lead.
Samantha Hernandez, Nicole Budalski, Nicole Budalski, Samantha Hernandez.
Yeah, we're seeing that a lot. J.W. Johnson reaching in the middle there and speeding up at Andre.
Ooh. Here, Navratil talking to Daescu a lot.
Zane Navratil hasn't been involved too much so far this match. Johnson just closes that gap so quickly.
Ooh, recovery of Daescu's having a little trouble with his third shot drops.
Yep.
Leaving him pretty short. And interesting, he does usually see him mix it up with the drives, but I haven't seen too much of that.
Yeah, the story so far is Johnson and Frazier coming out in the hands battles against Daescu. It's found them pretty much all their success so far. So I'm sure they'll continue doing that until it doesn't.
Oh, nice poach from J.W. Johnson. Good switch. Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, they're still in it. Oh, wow.
What a point.
Nice effort from Johnson and Frazier, but great job from Navratil and Daescu staying steady. Again, I don't think J.W. Johnson moved his feet at all, like during that entire exchange. He's just moving his arm, moving his paddle.
He does make it look so easy, doesn't he?
So easy. That one going just long from Frazier. Lot right now.
Sure is.
Yeah, that's rough because Navratil and Daescu had the wind pick up right at them. So they really had to put a little bit more on those dinks to make sure they went over.
Barely rolled out.
I know, I was like, ekes that one over.
That was just too sick. He held that paddle real loose. He was able to.
Yeah, just look at that wrist flick.
Yep.
It's all in the wrist right there from J.W. Johnson.
A little bit of a miss hit off Johnson's paddle as that one barely makes it to the net.
Oh, looks like Navratil on the left side here, switching it up a little.
Yeah, it's a good move. Change it up.
Nice blocks from Daescu.
They couldn't come away with that one, but we'll see if they stick with that changeup. Does not last long.
Worked out though.
Yeah.
Nice spot there, catching Frazier on his way up to the net. Yeah, well, Diascu seems to be really sticking with that third shot drop. Navratil is almost exclusively doing the drive when it comes to him.
Ooh, wow, that return really picked up.
Yeah, Frazier didn't put a whole lot on that, but it just sailed.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a run here for Diascu and Navratil. Unfortunately, that one goes a little long. But they get another crack at it to close the gap a little bit more.
Yep, within 2. Wow.
Wow.
I did not think that was staying in. Again, Frazier just stands so upright when he's playing, especially at the kitchen line. You'd think that would hurt him more than it does, but again, just such quick hands.
Yep. It's just, they're both so compact in their swings.
Oh, beautiful. Frazier's got to extend himself a lot, but beautiful top spin, keeps that ball down over the net. Ooh, good duck from Navratil.
As Johnson and Frazier laugh that one off.
Extended their lead by 1.
Andre just reaching a little too much for that one and sails it long.
Just a little impatient there. Does seem to have fixed his third shot drop issue though.
He's found his touch a little bit.
Oh my gosh. We wanted hands battles and we got them, that is for sure. Unbelievable.
Amazing hands by all 4 players on the court.
Just so good.
We're able to stop him once here, see if they can stop him again.
Oh, nice return. Very deep, got up on Frazier.
Yep, and Frazier and Johnson unable to
yeah, they've been stuck a
convert
little
there.
here.
Diascu just leaving that one a little too high, and Johnson made easy work of it.
Finally making a little movement here.
Yeah, Diascu is still, you know, not come out on top of a lot of these hands battles, so I'd like to see possibly if he can start getting in those cross-court dink battles where he's really comfortable.
Ooh. Little net cord love there. We'll give Frazier and Johnson a game point, and we have a timeout here from Navratil and Diascu as they are hoping to stall that momentum. Again, we're very close. Frazier and Johnson kind of got stuck at 7-8 there for quite a while, but made some good work here the last few exchanges.
Yeah, you know, they're keeping the pressure on Diascu quite a bit. And JW Johnson does a really good job of speeding up off the bounce with his forehand. And also reaching with his backhand, catching Diascu's right hip.
15 seconds. They've really neutralized the Ernie as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Diascu has gotten a single one. I don't even know if he's even really tried for one.
He's not really getting into his pattern that he likes. Diascu, you know, likes to have that cross-court dink, which sets up his backhand attack and Ernie.
Game point here for Frazier and Johnson.
That was a good timeout.
A couple really quick hands, and then Frazier just kind of dumps the quote easy one at the end. Johnson was ready for Navratil on the first speed up.
I almost don't think he was ready for it to come back the second time.
Yeah, certainly ready for that first one. Really great spot from Navratil, though, right on the right hip of Johnson.
And that one just barely lands in. Couple points here.
Still on first serve, too. I know Frazier stays so upright, and I've mentioned this before watching him. I would like to see him bend his knees just a little bit or start to learn to do that, because I think he does just leave some of those dinks just too flat when he just needs to get under him just a smidge more.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful spot there from Navratil.
Amazing. Yeah, it sure does help to be in a little more athletic stance. When you are standing pretty upright, especially when they dink it low at your feet. Now we have a ball game.
Nice little wrist flick there from JW Johnson. Again, reaching in there. Looking for a big stop here. Diascu and Navratil looking to tie it up. Oh, that wind is just pushing the ball down. Oh, it's dropping. Wow. I knew it was dropping. I could tell from the wind. Diascu calls out immediately, and under normal circumstances, it probably was going long, but not in this wind, so big side out here. Maintain that game point. 2 opportunities at it. Let's see if they can close it out.
Yep, a little bit of luck for Frazier, but at a crucial point.
Really dinking to the middle area, moving it around a little bit, not really going too far to the sidelines. Oh, trying to open up that middle, and he got what he wanted.
Yep.
Pulled Navratil out wide, creating that space, but then just couldn't finish.
Diascu saw the gap and closed quick and made himself pretty big.
Oh boy.
And what a big stop that was.
That was a huge hold right there. So Frazier and Johnson have had 3 game points. They have not been able to close out here, and Daescu and Navratil.
They have a chance.
Ooh, and that's going to sail long and tie us up here at 10s.
Yeah, that was a poorly timed missed return. So now it's tie ball game.
They do not like that choice from Frazier at this crucial stage.
Frazier in the last few points here has hit a few long. Now we have game point for the other side.
Yeah, they were down 5-10.
It's never over.
Especially at this level. You just gotta hang in there.
And he comes out on top.
Wow.
What a comeback.
What a comeback indeed. Andre Daescu and Zane Navratil come from behind. Let's see if Frazier and Johnson can have a little better outcome in game 2 when we come back from this short break right after this.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Back to the action here in this men's pro doubles winner bracket final. Zane Navratil and Andre Daescu on the near end, taking on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier on the far end. Frazier and Johnson with several game point opportunities out in front. Most of game 1 were overtaken at the last moment by Navratil and Daescu to take game 1 12-10. Now with the end change, we'll see if the 19 and 20-year-old have a little more success here. Perhaps close this out, force a third game tiebreaker. And no doubt Navratil and Daescu will make that very hard to do, though.
Yeah, towards the end of game 1, Daescu and Navratil found the groove, whereas Frazier and Johnson started to make a few mistakes, unable to close out game 1.
Frazier looked like he got a little tight.
almost gets it.
Yeah, got it a little behind him. Didn't have a lot of options there.
Frazier and Johnson off to a 2-0 start here. Game 2 after dropping the first one. I love that from Zayden Navratil. Closing that gap and just unleashing at the chest of Frazier.
1, 2, 1.
We do talk a lot about how when a team has an opportunity to close it out and they can't and then lose, the mentality going into the next one can be a little hard to overcome. So we'll see if they are able to shake that off, because that can be very frustrating. We're tied up at 2s. I think again that might have rolled over if we didn't have the wind we have right now.
Oh, off the end of the paddle there for Navratil.
I think we're seeing too as well, obviously, the momentum that Diascu and Navratil had from being able to come from behind and win game 1 is clearly rolling over here into game 2. They're playing very confidently, already up by 1.
Impressive get for Navratil, showing his athleticism. Unfortunately, they're not able to come on top of the point. But Frazier and Johnson tied up here, 3-3.
Nice hands by Frazier there. Threading the gap up the middle here as Diascu reaches into.
Yep.
Speed that up.
Frazier definitely has a very nice counterattack with the backhand.
Oh, what a get! Oh no! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Yes! I was like, they can't lose it after that. Wow! Oh my gosh!
And Andre Diascu smartly calls a timeout here.
Oh, well, and there's the ladies. A little glitch with our replay system, but just rewind, everyone. Just rewind real quick and watch that again, because fantastic, and a quick shift in momentum. Frazier and Johnson now with a 2-point lead, and Diascu and Navratil, good timeout after the excitement of that rally.
Yep, pretty smart to put an end to that, as Frazier and Johnson would definitely have some momentum behind them, especially after a point like that. Just exceptional athleticism shown by the youngsters.
That's youth. That is youth on display right there. That is for sure. Seemingly an endless amount of energy. Navratil and Diascu, mid to late 20s. They are the old folks on the court here, which is crazy. Again, winner of this match heads straight to the gold medal match, while the loser heads to bronze.
Diascu's able to come away with that one as Zayden Navratil gets Johnson to pop it up.
5, 3, 2.
Oh, that's going to sail along.
Turned out to be a pretty good timeout.
Absolutely, 2 big stops right away.
3, 5, 1.
Oh, that was, he committed to that well before he was anywhere close to the net. He was like, I don't care what happens here, I'm going for a Nerney.
He luckily had a little help from Zane.
He was already, right, he was just like, oh, well. Yep, good cover from Navratil. He knew his job, he played it well. J.W. Johnson showing a little unusual emotion over there. He's definitely, you can tell with his body language when he is definitely unhappy about something, which he was there.
And they tied at 5 at least. Sort of tight game in the middle of game 2.
I would say easily wind at, what, 30 miles an hour right now?
At least. But these guys are showing why they're pros. It doesn't seem to be affecting their game too much.
Or they've learned to adapt and, you know, work with what the wind has given them. Seen a couple sort of collision issues between Frazier and Johnson here.
Yep, well, Frazier likes his backhand in the middle there, as well as J.W. Johnson definitely loves his forehand in the middle. A little ambitious there by Navratil.
Yeah, didn't get over it enough. Keep that down. So they do take a 1-point lead here, hoping to extend it a little more.
Navratil and Dietsky are definitely finding their groove again. They're coming on top of these hands battles. Where earlier in this match and earlier in game 1, they were on the losing side of them.
What pickups from Navratil. Oh, nice effort.
He almost snuck one through there in the end.
Good spot there. Frazier catching Dasku as he's switching on the stack.
6-7-1.
Just keep
amazing pickups by Frazier.
So low, barely clearing the net, and just a hair too short on that last one.
J.W. Johnson definitely showing some frustration on his face.
Definitely a bit of a different dynamic here than game 1 for sure, where we saw them very much in control, playing very confidently, not a lot of errors, and we're seeing that definitely play out a different way here in game 2. Again, I'd love to see a timeout. Frazier and Johnson sometimes can struggle a little calling the timeout when they need
we have a
to.
match point here.
And again, no, they're not calling a timeout. I state for the record, I highly disagree with that decision. But, yep, match point here for Dasku and Navratil.
They get it done.
Little chest bump. So Zane Navratil and Andre Dasku head to the gold medal match. Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson head to bronze. Don't go anywhere. Back in the Franklin studio with Navratil and Dasku right after this, and then back with more pickleball action.
ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
The HD5 is the green of Ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
We're back here in the Franklin studio with Andre Diescu and Zane Navratil. Took down J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier in a tight match. Andre, I'll start with you. You guys found yourself down 10-5 in game one, and you were able to overcome that. What were you able to notice and change about the game?
I think we were happy to take that timeout at 10-5-2. We're trying to debate should we take it, should we not, and I think that was a great decision. And then we came back and we both kind of started feeling the ball very well, and we started dropping much better our thirds, and we started slowing down a little bit and being a little more disciplined. And obviously we got a couple of lucky breaks, and we were able to turn that around and then play a really good second set.
Yeah, and Zane, it's the first time we've seen you on the right side of the court. Usually you're on the left side of the court. How does it feel playing with this giant and being shoved over on the right side?
Well, first of all, it's nice to have you out here, Jad. I know this is the first time that we've done this. I'd put you somewhere way above Dominic Catalano, but probably a little bit below Lauren over there. I can tell you're a little bit nervous, but that's okay. You'll work through it, just like we did on the court, and it's fun. I like playing the deuce side over there. I have no problem with it. Andre takes up a lot of space, and yeah, I think we play well together, and I enjoyed it.
Cool. Andre, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans worldwide?
Yes, I would like them to stay tuned, and we're going to put together another good show for them for the finals.
Zane? Yeah, I have to give a shout out to Max Friedman, who's watching over there. Yeah, Max Friedman and Josh Friedman. Yeah, my boys.
All right, well, you heard it from them. We will be back with more pickleball action here at the APP Plantation Open.
Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
New People Pickleball.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
If the game of pickleball is to be played the way its inventors intended, then dinking is always going to be a part of it. The kitchen line is the great equalizer that makes our game competitive in a way that most racket sports could never possibly enjoy, allowing the use of touch and feel to effectively defeat brute force. If the knees are willing, a person can reach a remarkable distance forward, and in doing so, could potentially take a ball out of the air as a volley a lot of the time. But should they? There are those that believe that if you can volley a ball, you should. Well, I don't see it so simplistically. This game is a long and enjoyable test in time and space. Specifically, your ability to steal time away from your opponents and your ability to expose open spaces. Letting a ball bounce is not a great way to steal time away from your opponent, but it is a great way to open up the court with power, accuracy, or spin. After a ball bounces, its upward trajectory lends itself perfectly to hitting with some backspin, creating a challenging bounce for your opponent. At its apex, your contact height could be enough to play a shot with much more power, possibly even an attack. When the ball's on the way down, it can be hit with topspin much more easily. These shot selections, combined with the added time you will have to prepare your body and paddle while letting the ball bounce, will also lead to greater levels of consistency compared to the reach-in dink volley. These options are not so readily available to the avid volley dinker. So, I've just told you why letting the ball bounce has a lot of advantages. Enough said, right? Wrong. While letting a ball bounce does have a lot of advantages to challenge your opponent, it's not a great way to finish the point. Many points are simply won by unforced errors. And playing a dink off the bounce could give you all the consistency needed just to outlast your opponent. However, what if it doesn't? It's time to steal some time. You play a handful of masterful dinks, moving your opponent around the court like a puppet. And finally, you play a ball that moves them off the court. The next ball they hit back is now a critical ball. If you let this ball bounce unnecessarily, then it may indeed give them enough time to recover and perhaps return to a neutral strategic position. Alternatively, if you take the chance on playing the ball as a volley, Now you may have stolen enough time to really challenge your opponent's speed. If the ball arrives high enough, then you may even be able to finish the point. Either way, for that brief moment, there is a 2-on-1 situation which needs to be capitalized on. Time to volley. I got this. Allowing the use of touch and feel to combat brute force. I might have said combat. To effectively beat brute, what did I say again? But should they? Should they? Well, I didn't see it so specifically. Simplistically. I didn't quite get the line right. This is the one. I can feel it. I can feel it. We got it.
Hi, everybody. Lauren McLaughlin here with no stranger, Ken Herman, founder, creator of the APP Tour. So this is our second stop here in our mini Florida tour.
Yep.
Very excited to be in Plantation, Florida. 2 weeks, we head back to Delray Beach.
Yep.
But let's just give a quick thank you to who we need to here in Plantation.
The Plantation has been terrific. 150 volunteers have come all on out. Bonnie, Andy, just the entire crew has just been terrific. Again, APP keeps going to different tour stops, and I'm just overly whelmed by how just everyone is just coming out and supporting the tour, especially I guess with our relationship with USA Pickleball. But it's been terrific. The mayor, the council members have been coming on out, and the crowds have been busy this week. It's been great crowds all week long.
Of course, very windy, but beautiful weather otherwise. I've seen several news crews here doing stories for the local news, which is always exciting. And of course, we head back to Delray Beach. In 2 weeks, of course, we have our giant stadium there, which I assume we're converting back into the 3 pickleball courts. So again, if you're in South Florida, come to Delray Beach in 2 weeks, come to Plantation, we're still rocking it out. But I think that the talk of the town in the pickleball world has been our New York City stop, Memorial Day weekend. A lot of stuff going on, a lot of planning. I don't think people realize how long it has taken to get that all together. So just walk us through a little bit how that happened.
You know, that was my vision almost a year ago, was to try to bring pickleball to the biggest home in the tennis world, is going to Flushing Meadow. Outside of running the old tour itself, you've got also running different events, and certainly New York is going to be a big one for us. You know, it's one of the 4 majors. It's one of the 4 majors this year. It's a tremendous amount of work with the USTA Board of Directors, with the senior staff with USTA, and also the senior staff here at USA Pickleball, making it, make sure we've got everything lined up to have the best experience for everybody. Now, I need to make an announcement. I was just in Flushing Meadow 3 days ago. I've been there at least 5 or 6 times doing logistics and seeing how we're going to lay out the land. We're not playing on Arthur Ashe Stadium, so it's 26,000 seats. I don't know if we're quite ready to fill that up there.
Close.
But we've got one of the grandstand courts that will be set up as our stadium court. But what's going to be so cool is we've been able to get tours all 5 days of the tournament. Every couple of hours, we're going to be taking tours of people to go into Arthur Ashe and get their picture taken with their family and their friends, and just kind of have it be that experience. I was there a couple of days ago with Melissa McCurley announcing the Melissa McCurley Cup, and it was like, wow, this is where Djokovic was playing in his Grand Slam to try to win the Grand Slam. It's like it was right over there. So it's really kind of magical, and it's really special when you're in that area.
And you mentioned the Melissa McCurley Cup.
Yep.
Explain just a little bit what that is. You, of course, announced the teams. There's an East and West team. It's a senior event. So just kind of explain for the people that maybe do not know, what is the Melissa McCurley Cup?
Well, Melissa McCurley has been a big advisor of mine, even before I had this crazy idea of putting the tour together, with the groundwork that she helped me lay it out. The Melissa McCurley Cup is an annual cup for senior pros. The seniors are going to kick off New York City. We've got 72 of some of our best senior pros. 36 of them are on the East team, headed by Mircha Morario and Linda Thompson, and then 36 players are going to represent the West Coast team by Beth Herb Bellamy and also Scott Fliegerman. They've got a terrific amount of people that are coming in. The California pros are headed to New York City, so I appreciate all the support that they're giving, because sometimes, they don't go east of the Mississippi. They like to stay out in California. But it'll be a terrific event. We've got doubles in the morning. We've got mixed doubles in the afternoon. Each match will count towards a point, towards a score, and at the end of the day, we'll see which coast is better, the East Coast or the West Coast pros.
I love it. And of course, registration is open right now for our New York City event. Go to pickleballtournaments.com. We have well over 1,000 people already signed up, and it will fill up. There is a cap. We cannot have everybody. So definitely head to pickleballtournaments.com. Check out all the info. Even if you want to just come and watch and you're not planning to play, but you want to come see that historic venue, you're in the, the Northeast area, all that information on pickleballtournaments.com. And a big thank you again to Ken Herman of the APP Tour and everyone that's helped make that New York City stop possible. It's going to be a fantastic Memorial Day weekend. But again, more pickleball still to come here in Plantation, Florida on our men's and women's doubles day. So don't go anywhere. More action is still to come here on the championship court.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back again, Lauren McLaughlin here on Championship Court. We are waiting for our consolation bracket to make their way through in both our men's and women's divisions to see who is making it back into those bronze medal matches. But the Kawamoto twins, Jackie and Jade, took down Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson in their winner bracket final, so they're heading to the gold medal match. And we wanted to just take a moment to chat with you briefly because we know how much you guys like to be interviewed and like to talk. So much to say all the time. We wanted to give you guys an opportunity. One, you have a quick public service announcement. We'll get that out of the way first.
Yes. So for everyone wondering, Matthew Kawamoto, we are not related. Same last name. We are not part of the triplets. He is from Canada. We are from Indianapolis. So to everyone yelling, "Go Canada," thanks for the support, but sorry to disappoint. We are from Indianapolis.
They are standalone Kawamoto twins. No one else in the pickleball world. But we mentioned also you guys both work for the NCAA. Just what exactly do you do in your day job?
I work in eligibility, and Jackie works in championships. So we don't do exactly the same thing, but we work in the same building, so we get to ride to work together.
That's so fun. I mean, people always talk, obviously, the twin thing. A lot of times twins, live together, work together, up to a certain age, obviously. But you guys seem to be just making it work. I love it. Here on the pickleball court, you're like, I don't know about that.
It depends on the day. Sometimes we want to kill each other, and sometimes it's awesome. Yeah.
I appreciate that. So it's been, of course, the wind a major factor here at the Plantation Open. Played yesterday with Zane Navertil, obviously, had a lot of success. You were out a little bit earlier in mixed, but what has been the strategy to date? Has there been a side that's been a little easier to adjust to with the wind?
Yes, I think we prefer, is it this side we prefer? I think, is this the east side? East side? For that, so I think our strategy has been starting on the bad side so we can end on the good side in case it came down to the last game. So
I like it. And we talk a lot in mixed that the man usually kind of takes over a little more, takes a little more court, but that can be the case in women's and men's as well. And we've mentioned that, Jackie, it seems like you are a little more aggressive, kind of like to play that. Do you guys feel like that's your style?
Yeah, I tend to get a little more aggressive than Jade. She's a little more passive, but one of us has to do it, so why not me?
I love it. I love it. Wonderful. So, Jackie and Jade Kawamoto heading to the gold medal match, not related to Matthew Kawamoto, so just for the record. Thank you so much, ladies. Good luck in that gold medal match. We'll be seeing you here shortly on Championship Court. Another word from our sponsor. Don't go anywhere, though. Our medal matches will be coming up shortly here on Championship Court at the APP Plantation Open right after this.
Hi, you guys. Welcome back to our YouTube channel. And again, per your request, we have another one here. And this one, it was talked about, and it kind of when a couple of people joined in, asking if I knew what she was talking about. And I definitely know what you're talking about, because we all have that problem with our clients. When the ball looks so juicy and it's sitting right there, and now what do we do with it? Straight into the net. That's not good. So what we're going to talk about is actually the path of the ball in comparison to where your paddle should be. Because a lot of the times what we see is very similar across the board. So you're not the only one, as you could see. We have lots of people with that same issue. So let's get on with it. We'll feed some balls, and we are gonna show you the different situations and what we need to do to make those adjustments. That one. You? Ready? Okay, so this is the part where oftentimes when that ball is about, especially when it's about chest high, we tend to bend our back. So what does it look like as far as his paddle head? So his paddle head is up. That ball, as it's getting to him, it's actually going to get a little lower and it's gonna drop at the same height, same level as the net. And sometimes it doesn't even have to. It can be a little bit above. But the really detrimental part here is the fact that he did not drop the head of the paddle. He dropped his body, but kept the head of the paddle. Now with the follow through, that's what happens. So what is the adjustment that you guys gotta make? So think of the height of the ball is what is going to determine the height of his paddle. So if the ball is here, it's there, but it starts to drop, the head of his paddle drops with the ball. So now you're gonna watch with different eyes. Look at their paddles and look what happens as the ball drops below the net. Go again. Be aggressive, yeah. Attack everything. There you go, good, perfect. Again. Good. Got it. Now that's lower. That was key. So overhead here, and oftentimes you guys stay with that paddle head up. This is where Phil is getting that paddle face to go down below the ball because the ball is now dropping. So you guys just remember, it's a wiffle ball. So it's going to also move and drop a little bit faster because the wind can have a factor to it, but also just the wiffle ball itself, it's going to lose pace through the air, especially when it's hit softly. So you have to make the adjustment with the paddle head and drop below the net, below the ball, because that ball will most likely, a lot of them, they look like they are super juicy, super high, and then they drop quickly. So making that last second adjustment is key to you avoiding the net. So I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like it. And again, keep improving.
You guys look good, and
people pickleball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
director of sports. Yeah, director of sports at a pickleball tennis complex. Thanks, sir. Gentlemen, come on in.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the APP Plantation Open. We have a rematch here. This is one game away from the bronze medal match. Althoff Merchant and Joey Farias versus Stefan Auburn and Brendan Long. Brendan Long and Stefan Auburn beat them earlier in the day in the quarterfinals in 2 games. So talking to Althoff and Joey just before this, they're looking for redemption as they just took out Ryler Derhart and his partner. We'll be getting started here shortly as players are warming back up. We appreciate you guys sticking around for that break. So have more action to come, because we have all the medal matches left. It is a beautiful day here in Plantation, Florida. Low 80s. But of course, the story of the day is the 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts of winds that are wreaking havoc on the players. But we'll get started here shortly. Joey Farias looking real focused. Try to redeem himself for the loss earlier. Althoff Merchant promised to be as loud as possible for all the fans back at home. But obviously, Stefan Auburn and Brendan Long have a different goal in beating them again.
15 seconds.
Looks like we'll be getting started here shortly.
Serving team, please select the ball.
Thank you everybody back at home for tuning in. It's been a good day of pickleball so far. Make sure you stick around for tomorrow as well, where we have some great singles action. Hopefully the wind will die down, but that does not seem to be the case in the weather forecast. And here we go. Althoff Merchant is going to take us away And 1 game to 15. I got Laura McLaughlin next to me.
Pleasure to be here, John. Thank you for having me. Oh boy.
Come on!
All right, starting early, right out of the gate.
Yes, Althoff Merchant told me beforehand that he was bringing
He's
the
about
heat.
to get crazy.
That is what he says. We'll see if Brennan Long and Stefan Auvergne.
He is hyped up. He is hyped up. Yeah, again, 2 lefties once again facing off. Merchant and Auvergne. Ooh.
Yeah! Hands, baby! Come on!
He is feeling riding the high of his last victory.
It's hard not to laugh with him, you know?
I mean.
Or at him, depending on who you are.
That's true, that's true.
Joey even cracked a smile there. I tell you what, it does get in the head of the opponents. Being
There's
on
a little gamesmanship.
being on the other side of Merchant a time or two, he definitely loves to get in your head, as well as pump himself and his teammate up. He's just living life. Again, you see Auvergne like pushing Merchant back.
Come on, baby.
Yeah, Merchant Ferris had a big win over Ryler DeHart and Travis Rettenmeyer, 15-10 to get into this. Again, final match of our consolation bracket. Winner of this heads to the bronze medal match to take on Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson.
That's just too good by Farias, finding the hole there.
Yeah, Long was there, even took a swing at it. I think he maybe thought Auvergne was a little too close to him, so he didn't quite fully swing at it, but a timeout as
huge lead.
Merchant Farias roaring out in front here, 6-0 in this match to 15. We'll switch ends at 8.
Merchant taking that ball, put it in his pocket. He's not letting anybody else have that.
He is, you can see him over there just nodding, pumping himself up. I mean, it's really funny. It's see a lot of conversation about there are those who are fully on Team Merchant and the craziness, the gamesmanship, the showmanship. There are other people that find it very annoying, distracting, etc., even watching, but you know what? I love it. Bring a little more drama to pickleball. Bring a little more personality, a little fire.
That's showbiz, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, back from this timeout. Let's see if Auvergne and Long have an answer. Good side out here as the wind is really picking up. A little high there from Long, but good recovery to get back in it.
It didn't work that time for Farias, but he is loving reaching in, and he gets underneath that ball so well, able to roll it over the net, but it just didn't work out for him that time.
Held up. Was definitely a little too much for Long.
Yeah, and really what the difference, we didn't see Althoff Merchant getting this animated earlier on when they were having a tougher time with this team.
2-6-2. Let's go.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That's what they wanted. Nice deep serve there from Long, created the short return from Farias. And then Auvergne did a great job covering ground and attacking. Not putting too much on it, keeping it nice and low, but
yeah, and they've cut the lead in half.
Made some progress here.
6-3-1.
Farias thought Merchant was going for that, so a little confusion on who was taking that last shot.
6-3-2.
Farias almost had it.
No, out call.
Just a little long there from Long, but he's definitely in control of the point.
And this was a last-minute partnership for Auburn and Long. Had never played with each other a single time before this tournament.
Well, they've done well so far, making it all the way one game away from the bronze medal match.
I should say so.
And who knows, their day may not be done yet. There's a lot of pickleball left to be played in this game.
3-7-1.
3-7-1.
Althoff was all over that one, but it was good to see him actually get up to the line again, because sometimes he gets caught back a few steps off the line, and the dinking puts himself in trouble, but he was able to close it.
Second serve. 4-7-2.
Oh, and a
the
serve
net cord
into the
just
net and then
helps it out.
Side out.
pop off the net there from Long. Let's see if they can hold off here one more round, or Merchant and Farias are going to get that end change here with one more point.
That was a great offensive dink by Merchant to pull Stefan way back and have no other choice but to pop it up over the net. Farias cleans it up.
Yeah, Auburn's definitely letting himself get pushed back off that line a good amount here. I think, again, with a little more experience, he'll probably learn how to not let that happen so much. But right now, Farias and Merchant in control here in this match 15, out in front 8-4, triggering the end change. So they will head to the far end, while Stefan Auburn and Brendan Long will conclude this match on the near end. Winner of this heads to bronze to take on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier, while Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu are waiting in the gold medal match.
15 seconds.
We'll of course have our women's bronze and gold medal match as well, still here this afternoon.
All right, size switch 8-4. A lot can change still.
Absolutely different wind conditions. Different look has definitely affected teams differently.
Let's go. Second server.
Long and Auburn definitely need to be a little more aggressive, try and control the point like you just saw there.
Well, yeah, they were the more aggressive team the first time they played, and now you're seeing Merchant and Farias initiating the attacks more often.
Again, Auburn getting pushed way off that line.
Yes. Yep, well, it's coming off of very sharp dinks by Merchant. That's one thing he does really well. He really gets a sharp dink in there.
Oh, kitchen violation there from Althoff on a volley earlier in that point that got missed.
Yeah, Joey, come on.
Joey Farias even getting pumped up a little bit over there.
You love to see it. Long and Auburn definitely have to mix something up a little bit here.
Right here. 10-4-2.
As Merchant and Farias are definitely controlling the pace of the game.
Drive.
We haven't seen too many unforced errors like that out of Long. We did in their previous matchup So far, I've kept it to a minimum here. But as the pressure starts to mount here for them to do something, that can force.
Yep, and there you see it. Merchant and Furious trying to be the first one to attack the ball.
Attention players, Heather Nobler and Natalie Novak. Heather Nobler, Natalie Novak, please report immediately to court number 7. This is your second and final call.
Oh, I would have liked to see Long get in there and try and poach that. Yeah! That was Long.
He definitely thought about it. Althoff confidently claiming that was in, but it was sure close.
I thought that was definitely Long, but again, when you don't turn around fast enough to see it.
He sold it. Could have been in, but just couldn't tell. Definitely some frustration by Auburn as he's missed a few of these dinking rallies. Merchant. Maybe, you know, move that dink around instead of going right back to Altoff's backhand, right? You know, drop some middle, maybe roll one over to Joey.
Yeah, I agree. When Merchant's feeling hot, I would perhaps avoid him. I would definitely mix it up going to Joey a little bit here.
Where you at, Loon? Where you at?
Yeah, looks like they're just
We're waiting for the following players to please check in. David Parker, Rocco
feeling a little tight here. I think they're feeling the pressure of trying to make something happen, trying to get back in here. It's going to start to create those errors.
And obviously Long trying to support his partner a little bit. He's getting targeted and just got a little too ambitious.
Yeah, see, I want to see Farias get a little more involved here, or make them get him involved. Oh, that's going long, but
he barely gets it in.
Yep.
As Brennan Long towels off here, takes a little bit of a free timeout.
4-13-1.
Yes, if I'm Brendan and Stefan, I'm gonna try to mix it up a little bit instead of targeting just one part of the court. Especially if it's not, it might have worked for you earlier in the day, but if it's not now, you need to make a change.
Yeah. I think continuing to go to Merchant has been a mistake. Oh my goodness.
But then Joey does that.
I mean, Long got it, but I think you have to mix it up. You got to do something different. What they're doing right now isn't working.
Yeah, that was a crazy inside out though by Joey.
Oh, that might have been going long.
See, he gets such a penetrating dink there.
Yep, I'd like to see Stefan go mix it up, go to Joey.
Yep.
Go straight up, don't get locked into one thing.
Merchant's first one to mix it up here.
Yeah!
Merchant trying to get the crowd involved here.
All right, and they do have a match point here.
Quick little towel break. You know, it's always good to get a little towel break. Gives you a free timeout. This goes into the bronze medal.
Haven't seen too many of those from Auburn.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder for him to do that, Ernie, with when he's cross-court dinking with Merchant, who's keeping the ball nice and low, going through the middle of the net.
Get one more hold here. Oh, jeez. Good recovery. Oh, he's there. Merchant was celebrating by himself there, heading into the bronze medal.
You love to see it. And with the chest bumps.
Oh, well, a big congrats. First time, last minute partnership. Stefan Auvergne and Brendan Long are our 4th place finishers here in men's pro doubles. But Joey Farias and Altaf Merchant head to the bronze medal match where they will take on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. But don't go anywhere. Our women's bronze medal match is coming up right after this. And I believe followed by our men's bronze, women's gold, men's gold. So don't go anywhere. Medal matches when we return here at the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. Here as we get into our medal rounds. We're in beautiful Plantation, Florida at Plantation Central Park. A lot of activity here today, a lot of sports going on around us, but all pickleball here.
I tell you what,
With
Lauren,
the wind. Yes,
when
John.
I got here this morning, there was a dance class on rollerblades at the hockey rink right behind us.
What?
I know, I came here for the pickleball, but I might have to buy me a pair of roller skates.
Man, I'll tell you what, that is a good time. So we have our women's bronze medal match coming up here right now. The #1 seed, Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell, are taking on the #6 seed, Lina Pedegameta and Cassandra Gerke. We're going to have lots of practice saying Lina's name here today. She is from Lithuania.
Pedigamete.
Pedigamete. Everyone at home practice as well. I think her name is going to start to become very well known here on the women's pro scene. She's also very tall. I want to say she's at least 6 feet.
Definitely close to it, if not.
Yes, so a lot of length going on there. Her and Cassandra Gerke had to make their way back through the back draw. Yes, Lina Pedegameta played college tennis at the University of Texas and also dabbled a little in professional tennis as well. So she currently is in the Austin, Texas area.
Just like everybody else.
I know, right? Who isn't in Austin, Texas,
Me.
quite frankly? Me as well. So there's still some people that are holding out. But she just had her first child about 1.5 years ago. So she started training a couple months after that. So she's still relatively new to the pickleball world. But of course, she's here in our bronze medal match. So making a name for herself. Cassandra Gerke has been, of course, around for a while. I think she's no stranger to anyone at home. And
she's quite the pickleball celebrity.
She is indeed. Plays for Team Onyx. And of course, Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson have been teaming up several times. I believe Lee mentioned this is their 5th or 6th tournament together. They have had some good results as well. So again, the Kawamoto sisters are waiting in the gold medal match. They knocked Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson down into this bronze medal match in our winner bracket final. And let's see who knocked Gerke and Pedigamete down. Looks like it was Monica Pellicelli and Megan Charity. 11-9, 14-12.
Taiwan.
Knocked them down in the quarterfinals.
Have you been here all weekend and I haven't seen you?
And then they had to take down Bobby Oshiro and Millen Rain, which they did 15-13. And then Amanda Hendry and Anna Bright, 15-12. Oh my goodness, and then they had to take down, they got revenge against Monica Pellicelli and Megan Charity, defeating them in their last match, 15-10, to get here. So wow, they had to grind through that back draw to make it back here. But that is what is so awesome about this double elimination format, that they even had the ability to do that. So love it, they've made it back to the medal rounds, possibly looking to get a spot in the gold medal.
I was talking to Cassandra Gerke a little while ago, and she was saying that they took the scenic route.
Absolutely, the long route.
She drove all the way here. She just wants to play more pickleball. So
I like it. I can support that. Looks like Michelle Baumgartner will be our USA Pickleball Certified ref for this match. So again, Lee Whitwell talking to her partner Georgia Johnson there on the side of the net. Whitwell in the red. I don't even see Georgia Johnson. She's gone completely. In the camo shirt there. Cassandra Gerke in the black. Lina Pedegamete in the white are going to be on the near end, it looks, to start. I believe they will be serving first as well, as the wind still just gusting here on Championship Court.
It's not leaving us alone, that's for sure. But
no breaks from the wind here today.
In a typical South Florida fashion.
All right, ladies, 15 seconds. To confirm, on my left, I have Gerke and Pregame. On my right, I have Whitwell and Johnson. Good luck, ladies. Game 1, time in, 0-0-2.
All right, Cassandra Gerke starts us off here in game 1.
That was sick.
All right, so Lee Whitwell.
Off to a creative start.
I mean, being so rude right out of the gate.
0-0-1.
I haven't seen Lina play before today, but they're definitely having a solid run. Gerke obviously loves that backhand punch, and she welcomes any and all attacks coming her way.
And
so look for that.
Let's get an over-under as well on how many times Gerke hits the court today, because she loves to take a seat. She gets really low.
She puts it all on the line.
I'm going 3.
She sacrifices her body.
1-0-2. Side out.
So Whitwell and Johnson first on the board here, but not more than that as Gerke and Pedegamete take over. Johnson's there.
Gerke might have got away with that one.
Keep going. I'm there. Keep going. Okay? Here. Don't fail. Start the bit. Yep. 1-1-1.
Nice drop there from Gerke, barely clearing the net.
And that's that backhand punch that we're going to see from Gerke on the first block. She almost welcomes it by thinking straight forward a lot.
She definitely wants you to hit there.
Yep.
She's going to try and sucker you into it. Ooh, just misses that baseline.
A good start here by Gerke and
3-1-1.
Pedegamete.
No.
I got it wrong. I apologize.
It's like a hard D. Pedegamete.
Pedegamete. Pedegamete.
All right, attention
We'll get there,
players.
Lauren.
We'll get there. It's a learning
Reminder,
curve.
whether you're playing pro or
She said to say it like a
amateur,
song.
when you receive your text message with your
I don't know what that means.
assignment, please report directly to the court and meet your match starter or your referee.
Nice pickup. Good attempt, but good recognition there from Georgia Johnson. Staying nice and calm.
Your court assignment text message. Thank you.
She knew exactly where she needed to put that ball. Sandra and Pedegamete out to an early lead here. Ooh, nice effort from Whitwell.
Ball just landed out.
Good attempt, though. Nice drive there from Georgia Johnson.
Gerke just wasn't able to get there in time to clean volley on the ball.
2, 3, 2. Side out. 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. I like that. Georgia Johnson getting big in the middle. Coming over there. Lee Whitwell more than happy to let her take over.
Just
nice angles on both sides.
Yeah, crazy angle by Whitwell there. Putting it to where Gerke was not even close to.
2, 3, 1.
Ooh. A little too much there from Georgia Johnson. Probably should have let that second one get taken by Whitwell.
2, 3, 2. Point.
Yeah, if I'm Gerke and Lena here, if they're switching the stack like that, I would hit it probably to Lee instead of Georgia on the return. Because Georgia's really finding that drive and putting them in a tough spot.
Ooh, nice recovery from Lee. Nice job. Georgia Johnson just does such a great job of taking balls from a really low position and really getting on top of them and rolling them. Oh, that was out, wasn't it?
I called it out. I thought it was out. What did you think? We thought it was good, but it's your call, Lee.
I mean, I thought it looked out.
Well, some sportsmanship here from Lee Whitwell. Well, really on both sides.
3, 3, 1.
All right, attention players.
Tied at
Joel
threes.
Signer, Michael Krieger, Clark Benassi, and Jim
Spot there
Kronberger.
right up the middle from Georgia
We
Johnson.
need the clipboard back at tournament operations.
3, 3, 2.
Kronberger, Benassi, Krieger, and Tickner, please report to tournament operations with your score sheet, basket, and clipboard.
Side out.
Pregame is definitely trying to make herself big in the middle, showing the length. Trying to attack as much as she can there with her forehand. That one just barely catches Cassandra's arm, it looked like.
Yeah, just clipped her just ever so slightly.
4, 3, 1.
Oh.
It gets her again.
Yeah.
Same spot, right in that right shoulder.
Yep. Nice spot there from Whitwell because I was definitely going long, but I, of course, don't think she was aiming for Gerke, just happened to get a piece of her.
Well, they're definitely picking the right shoulder as Gerke holds that paddle backhand. It's harder
Yeah,
to get
she
that.
certainly favors that side.
It's hard to get that paddle up to her right shoulder.
5, 2.
All right, another Lee Whitwell Ernie, another slow-mo. Oh no, I think she missed it. I think that was clean.
Oh, wow.
I can confidently say I thought that was a clean Ernie.
And Cassandra Gerke playing games with Lee Whitwell's heart. And Whitwell and Johnson have definitely regained control of this match.
Again, we saw that from them earlier. They just kind of withstand.
Yep.
And then they get into their groove. They might start a little slow, but they get there. And they just stick to what they want to do. They keep playing the game they want to play, find the right moments, and again, they've partnered together multiple times in the past. They're comfortable with each other's games. They know what they want to do. Whereas, you know, Gerke and Pregame, first-time partnership here today. So again, you're going to see some issues with comfortability and figuring out best game plan, how to switch it up, which comes as you build that relationship with a partner.
Well, they definitely been playing well so far. It was a pretty big women's bracket, so they've had a good day. Played a lot of matches.
Absolutely. If you're playing for the first time with a partner in a tournament, what do you want to make sure to talk about ahead of time?
Well, of course, you know, there's always the middle ball question, and what I like to do is see, okay, what kind of shots do you like? You know, what do
Perhaps
you like?
A side preference.
Or a certain pattern that you like to do, right? So that way, as a partner, I can help you get into that pattern, and vice versa. That always helps. You know, what if you're getting targeted, which side would you be more comfortable on, etc.
All right, back from the timeout. Will.
And a good timeout.
Serves wide.
All right, we'll see if Gerke and Pregame can
regain a little momentum here.
Yeah, there's a perfectly timed timeout.
Again, when you are full out for a ball, there is just not a lot of options Gerke has. She just wants to get it over the net.
Yeah, Lee Whitwell does a really good job with that backhand overhead, creating that sharp angle, making you run all the way up to the net again just to pop it up. There we go.
Again. So good.
Yep.
It's a killer instinct right there from Lee Whitwell.
And she replicates it time and time again. It's very effective.
Ooh, nice hands from Georgia Johnson. Staying nice and calm.
Yep, stay tall and strong there in the middle of the court. Asserting some dominance.
Huge serve. That goes up and over. Oh, that's almost into the hockey rink.
Almost into the hockey rink.
Massive serve there from Georgia Johnson. Puts him 2 points away. And on first serve, looking to close out game one in this bronze medal match.
All right, players and spectators, it's time for another medal.
Again, nice attack from Johnson. She's feeling good. She's feeling loose. I can see it. She's skipping around, hopping around up there.
Yep, both players on that far side are playing very loose.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was a filthy serve from Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, that really spun off the paddle well.
Gerke did not, that hit right on that sideline. Gerke just could not handle that at all. So game one going to Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson, 11-3. We'll switch ends back for game number two in this bronze medal match right after this.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. Pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
New People Pickleball.
back to our bronze medal match here in women's pro doubles. Game number 2 about to be underway. Our number 1 seed, Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson on the near end. They take game 1, 11-3 over Cassandra Gerke and Lina Dagamete.
We'll see if we can get our first game 3 of the day.
I know, right?
We have not had that luxury yet. So let's see if Gerke and Dagamete can use that time in between matches to maybe develop a new strategy.
Yeah, Whitwell and Johnson were feeling really good, played really loose in that first one.
Yeah.
Gerke and Dagamete came out really quickly. Got up, I think, 3-0. And that was really all they were able to do.
I mean, Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson just played exceptional pickleball. Not very many mistakes, and really took control of the match, moved the ball around well. Good drives from Georgia Johnson, so I'm sure they're looking to do the same thing going into game 2 here. See there, Gerke looking to set up that backhand punch.
Yeah, she hasn't been able to get one of those, and that is
she's looking for it now.
She loves.
You'll see it more when she starts to dink straight ahead. Ready?
Second server.
Good job working that dink rally. Winner of this does head to the gold medal match to take on the Kawamoto sisters of Jade and Jackie. Oh, nice approach there from Whitwell. Just not quite as ready for that next one coming back.
0-0-1.
Oh, there we go. Now we got some come-ons
fire
going. And as we saw from the last match, that can really turn our game around, can it?
Sure can. If that is your style, if you want to be fired up and emotional, your opponents definitely are going to be looking to avoid that.
That return.
That was gorgeous.
That return had a lot of pace on it.
Definitely, they thought that was maybe going long.
1-0-2.
Again, Gerke and Dagamete are.
And there it is. That
what? She
same
didn't
angle.
even look. She didn't even look. That was a no look. Look at her. Look at it. Look at that.
You love to see it. 10 out of 10 in style points.
Got Lee Whitwell, everybody.
She's just having fun out there.
Round of applause for Lee Whitwell. Just making the game of pickleball that much more enjoyable.
She's definitely turned into quite the star, hasn't she?
Yes.
Not the error you want if you're Cassandra Gerke.
Yeah, and of course the wind now really to the backs much more of Gerke and Dagamete, and I think they're definitely trying to drive the ball a lot harder to combat the wind. Excuse me, into their face is what I meant.
2-1-2.
And that can be hard when your balls are getting held up, creating a more attackable situation for your opponents.
3-1-2. Right up.
And here we go. They get the ball back here. 1-3. But they're having a hard time converting when they have the serve.
1-3-2.
Yeah, we've seen that with a lot of teams sometimes. They do a good job getting that side out, but then again, if you can't convert and put points on the board, it's really all for naught.
There's that backhand of Cassandra Gerke that we all know about.
Looks like Johnson and Whitwell are going to stack with Whitwell on the left, which is definitely unusual when you have a lefty. Oh.
Clearly they're seeing something that they did not like.
Ooh, beautiful little inside-out flip there from Lee Whitwell.
Yeah, that was nasty. Caught Gerke by surprise a little bit.
3-3-1. Ooh, again.
Georgia with a huge serve this game.
She just has such a massive serve. I think people really underestimate that she has probably one of the most aggressive serves on the women's game. Gerke almost taken out her partner with that return. Oh, now Gerke and Pregame switching it up a little as well with the stack.
Yeah, but you don't see Gerke on that side very often. Thinking they're going to switch back here.
Serves long from Johnson.
This serve, but she's converted on several of those, so it's worked out for the most part.
Definitely one of those risk-reward situations where it is worth it.
Georgia Johnson just seems really focused right now. I mean, I'm sure with Lee Whitwell as mentally strong as she is. Well,
I mean, Lee looked down and absolutely knew it. Half her foot over that kitchen line.
Yeah. She didn't even have time to move her foot back.
No.
It was so good. You were so fast.
I mean, she just still has a great time.
3-6-1.
But a little too much laughter there.
I know, gotta refocus up right away.
4-6-1.
Oh, nice spot there from Gerke.
Yeah, I'd like to see if Gerke can get more in those straight-up dink battles to bring her backhand punch into play. 2 missed returns in a row there from Lee Whitwell. Maybe just a little bit of a mental lapse, I would say.
I'd like to maybe see a timeout as it's tied up here at 6. Don't think they've used one yet. Certainly if they're able to put another point on the board, I would definitely think one would be coming. Gerke taking over here on second server.
We're much tighter here in game 2.
Whitwell working Pregame on that sideline there.
It looks like she's got mentally checked back in after a couple points. You know, she's so mentally strong. She's usually a very consistent player. It's got to be a good influence on the younger partner, Georgia.
Yeah, Johnson lets that one go, thinks that is going wide, but easily in the court there. And see the disappointment from Johnson's face as she turned and saw that dropping in.
6-6-2.
Wind really picking up right now. Oh, oh no. Oh, she almost got it.
That was actually amazing. I don't know how she almost, how Gerke almost got that ball back. There we go.
mean, you just gotta just throw your paddle in there somewhere and hope something happens. So, well done, Georgia Johnson. You can love those rallies that she just locks in, and she's going to take everything. Gets really fired up, really focused.
And a good timeout here as they lost a little momentum.
Yep. So we're thinking Whitwell and Johnson might need to take one. Now it's on the opposite side as Gerke and Pregame feel game 2 getting away from just a little bit here, and they have to win the second game to force a third game if they want a shot at that gold medal match in the Kawamoto sisters. But yeah, looks like just like game 1, Whitwell and Johnson kind of dialed it in here. Looks like they have found a bit of their secret sauce, and I'm sure they're going to try and stick with it here coming out of this timeout.
Yeah, they hit a little bit of a mental lapse there in the middle of the game, but it looks like they've refocused and back to business.
They are on second serve, so Gerke and Pregame just need one stop. Ooh, nice recovery from Gerke. Oh no.
They're just 2 more points away to move into the gold medal match.
Ooh. Good eye.
And we got a match point here. The bronze medal match on Johnson's paddle.
Nice pickup from Pregame.
Wow.
And a second one. Wow.
Staying in it.
Wow, really well done.
Impressive defense. Gets
Yeah,
really
this
low.
pickup and then from.
Lets that one go.
Yep.
This is their time now. They got to do it now or never.
They might not get another chance if they lose this serve.
Lee Whitwell, I mean, just those angles.
I mean, you could hear Gerke goes, that is just so good. You know it's good when your opponent just stops and is like, yes,
yeah.
Congratulations to you, that was beautiful. All right, match point here. A little high there.
There
from
it is.
Pregame.
Oh, it helps her out of the kitchen.
That's what Georgia Johnson's there for. Keep Lee Whitwell out of the kitchen. She was teetering. Georgia realized at the last minute, oh, I'll pull you a little bit. Congratulations, though, to Lina Pregame and Cassandra Gerke. They are bronze medalists here at the Plantation Open, while Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson head to gold, where they will take on Jackie and Jade Kawamoto. But coming up next, we will have our men's bronze medal match. J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier taking on Althoff Merchant and Joey Farias. Don't go anywhere. More action when we return to the Plantation Open.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this.
Sorry, Ben.
Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin here with Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson before they head to their gold medal match against the Kawamoto sisters. You guys have played together now a few times. Everyone knows Whitwell is super fun to have on the court. What's your favorite part about partnering with Lee?
Probably the amount of experience she has, and she's always able to tell me what I'm doing wrong or right, which, you know, the wrong kind of hurts, but, you know, it's helpful.
That's nice. Did you hear her say experience? I know, I felt like that was a dig, possibly.
That's definitely her way of letting me know that I'm old and that I'm practically dead. And I'd like to know when the last time I pointed out something you did wrong, Georgia. I feel like it's been like...
What? Just in strategy.
No, it's a we thing. It's always a we thing, right?
I appreciate that. So speaking of, you always have a great time out there no matter who you're playing with, like to joke around. We saw in that second game there was kind of a little lapse in the middle where you guys kind of got a little behind. Do you ever feel like if you have a little too much fun, it maybe takes you out of the game for just a minute?
No, I think it's one of those things where there's always plenty of time to, you know, there's plenty of pickle left, so it's one of those things if we have a mental lapse, sorry, bing bong, if there's my mental lapse, see what happens, it just squirrel. No, but we have, you know, it's going to happen. It's hard to keep your foot on the pedal and keep concentrating the entire match, just like this interview. So yeah, no, it's good. We pull it together, and George is very good at getting me refocused and getting me out of my comedic zone.
Because of all that experience.
Because of all that experience. The experience she has to get me out of my mental lapse.
Well, she's always right, so there's one thing. If you're ever being coached by Lee Whitwell, listen up.
All right, well, congrats, ladies. You're headed to gold, facing the Kawamoto sisters. Coming up next, though, we have our men's bronze medal match. Don't go anywhere right after this.
Thank you.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Pickleball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back, everyone, to our men's bronze medal match. We're gonna have a good one here. Probably a lot of vocalization from one side, not so much from the other. We have our number 1 seeded team, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson on the far end. Frazier in the red, Johnson in the black. They are taking on Joey Farias in the hat on the near end, and Althoff Merchant without the hat. They are number 3 seed.
Christine Olivier and Jennifer
That's one way to do it.
Please come to tournament operations. Steve, Oliva,
Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu are waiting in the gold medal match here in our men's pro doubles bracket. Lauren McLaughlin and John Davison here courtside for our final few matches of the day.
1-0-2.
Spot there, J.W. Johnson.
We haven't seen Merchant yell yet so far, so not off to...
He's a little grunty so far, but they're coming off a big win in their final consolation bracket match to get back into this bronze medal match over Brendan Long and Stefan Auvergne.
Women's pro doubles.
Right now, Frazier and Johnson up quick 3-0 here in game 1 of this bronze medal match.
Please report to the tournament desk. Come on, Joey, come on.
There we go.
Yeah, he's getting fired up. And we saw J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier play really well in the winner bracket final against Navratil and Deescu. They just failed to really close the deal at the end. They were right there with them, but had a little bit. Okay. Nice cover from. Oh, that's long. Merchant. Yeah, so we'll see if they have a little more closing power here in this match if they get the opportunity.
See, right there is one of those times where, you know, we talked about earlier, he backs off the line and doesn't get back up to the line. And it makes that dink so much harder to hit.
Yeah, Merchant still has some really quick hands. So I think he can certainly still create a lot of trouble for his opponents.
That was sick.
Yes, with a little reaching out there, backhand.
Yeah, he puts the tip of that paddle down and has a nice loose wrist where he can get underneath the ball and create a lot of action on it.
And happy to report the wind is still alive and well here in Plantation, Florida. Not quite as much as it was earlier, but that's not saying much.
Wow.
Nice gets all around.
Oh, come on! Come on, Joey!
We got some animation on the court
Nice
here.
hands.
I don't know if these guys pull you up. Come on!
Ron Ponder is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match.
1-3-1.
It's been a pretty even match so far. Both teams coming out on top of the Ants battles.
Oh, it was a little high there from Frazier. I'm surprised Farias didn't attack that
Close
rather
the
than
gap.
let it bounce.
Yeah. Well, again, with the wind, right?
Yep.
The ball's moving around
Really
quite a
makes you
bit.
question what you're going to do.
Seconds over. 3-1-2.
Christine Oliva, please report to the tournament operations tent.
And that one is, you know, it's usually what Joey's looking for.
Yeah, it looks like it was there.
But the ball is just hanging up a little bit in front of him.
4-1-2.
Christine Oliva, Jennifer Schumacher.
It's just really hard
Christine
to
Oliva,
kind of see
Jennifer
on screen,
Schumacher, please
even in
report
person,
to the
how
tournament
much the ball is
operations.
moving all the time. So when you see a player, looks like, oh, that was an easy shot. Why did they miss it? It's because the ball's constantly moving as the wind is pushing it around. So a lot of times it's there and then, you know, it moves just ever so slightly and you connect with it at a weird place on your paddle.
1-4-2.
Ball really got on Farias there.
And they're not able to convert again.
4-1-1.
It's a couple side outs now where they're not able to score any points.
Seconds over.
GW Johnson just looked a little lazy on that one.
Yeah, a little non-commitmental.
4-1-2.
Men's and women's pro.
Come on, man, let's go.
Let me see if he can keep this hype going the whole match. I think we know he can.
I think I definitely know he can.
Seconds over.
Farias is getting the shot that he wants, but he hasn't been able to execute it effectively. Time and time again here in this early on in this match.
And again, look how far off the kitchen Merchant is trying to hit that dink. Completely agree. He lets himself get pushed way too far off. He's got to really hold that line much better.
It makes it a lot harder to hit that sharp dink.
Gregory Michael Woodson to the tournament desk.
You have less room to work with.
5-1-1.
So I'd like to see him get back up to the line, but unfortunately he just misses a return. So now we have 6-1 on the paddle of Dylan Frazier.
Nice drive there from GW Johnson, nice and low. And again, he's catching Farias as they're switching.
7-1-1.
Coming in, which is always a good strategy.
Seconds over.
Big strong lead here from Frazier and Johnson.
7-1-2.
They've just made a lot less mistakes than Farias and Merchant. Been a little more selective on which balls they're attacking.
8-1-2.
Ooh, that's going to be good. Oh, holy cow. Oh my, I literally was like, I was already praising Joey, on that amazing shot right there that I thought Johnson had no shot at it. Go gadget arms out there. And a beautiful just placement in that back corner like it was nothing. Where'd this kid come from?
Yeah, I think Farias thought that one was a .1 for himself.
I thought that as well. Unbelievable get there from Johnson, and a timeout here for Merchant and Farias as a result. Being down 1-9 here in game one of this bronze medal match. The next Jenners fully in control here. And again, I think it's just a little bit of execution issues, as we've mentioned.
Yep, and
a bit of timing.
Frazier and Johnson have just been way more consistent, picking the right balls to attack, staying patient when they need to, just playing smart, high percentage pickleball. Farias and Merchant obviously trying to be aggressive and offensive, but playing a little more higher risk.
9-1-2.
And it proved to be a good timeout.
See if once again they can start to convert here.
Yeah, Farias lifted that one a little too high, and Merchant ran up the court a little too early. Frazier with a missed dink.
2-9-2.
Reaching in a little too far.
Oh, unlucky there for Merchant.
It's the second time JW has gotten one of those.
9-2-1.
Great pressure from Frazier, closing up the middle of the court, stuffing that backhand down at Althoff.
This will be a game point here.
All right, players, this is just a reminder.
A little lazy there from Frazier. Didn't quite commit to that drop.
A little too comfortable. But they still get the job done.
Long from Althoff Merchant. Closes game one, 11-2, going to Frazier and Johnson. We will switch ends here for game number two, take a short break from our sponsors, and back to the action in this bronze medal match right after this.
The HD5 is the green of Ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Back into our bronze medal match here in men's pro doubles at the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball. We have #1 seed Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson on the near end. They took game 1 commandingly 11-2 over Althoff Merchant and Joey Farias on the far end here for game number 2. Winner of this heads to the gold medal match while Andre Deescu and Zane Navratil are waiting. Frazier and Johnson are hoping for a rematch at the winner bracket final. And if game number 1 is an indication, they very well might get it.
Yeah, Farias and Merchant just haven't been able to find their groove at all this match and find their rhythm, where Frazier and Johnson have just been pretty solid, playing high percentage pickleball, being patient when they need to and being aggressive when they get the opportunity.
Middle collision.
Yeah, Frazier likes that backhand flick in the middle, but Johnson is there to close the gap.
Yeah, Frazier hasn't quite learned how to give up control. Oh, drops it in.
To give him credit, his backhand flick there in the middle is pretty good.
Pretty good, agreed.
1-0-2.
And for everyone at home wondering, I did ask J.W. Johnson in between games why he is back to using that Franklin paddle, and he gave me a nice little smile and said, just something different, just mixing it up.
He can do whatever he wants.
That's what he said. That's the answer. And again, he's not committed to any paddle company, so that's the official answer straight from the horse's mouth, everyone.
Well, it seems to be working for him so far. Frazier playing well, but seems to have, some mental lapses here and there.
Yeah. He struggles occasionally with being consistent.
And now Merchant and Farias are on the board. I'd love to see a game 3 here, Lauren.
I would not mind it either. We haven't had too many game 3s yet here today, at least on championship court. And again, you mentioned, Merchant and Farias not being able to really find a groove. They are, I think, first-time partners here for this tournament, and I don't think it's mentioned enough, but some partnerships just don't work. They're not going to be long-term partners. Might be a one-off thing. Sometimes styles just don't mesh together, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's a feeling out process. Some work much better than others, and that's why you see certain people stick together and other people don't.
Yeah, very could well be, but definitely first time. You never know. But it looks to me as if the intensity has just died off from that side a little bit, where they were performing really well when they were bringing just a little more intensity.
Yeah, definitely think the score isn't quite as reflective of, how close it was in game 1. Certainly closer than the score indicated. But yeah, Merchant and Farias definitely have a bit of a steep hill to climb here in game number 2 if they want any shot at that gold medal match, because right now Johnson and Frazier have hit their groove. And they're just rolling here.
Yeah, Frazier and Johnson are very comfortable right now, laughing between every point. Just seem to be very comfortable and loose and having fun.
Having a good time. It's a lot easier to have a good time when you're winning, John.
Or so a rare ace. Took him to the hardware store. Ace, the helpful place.
Oh, I like it.
8-1-2.
It's too much right now. I don't think Merchant and Farias are going to find the answer here in this match. They've played really well getting to this bronze medal match, but
it's not over till it's over, but they definitely need to make something happen pretty quick. I think really, they struggled with just execution, so far this match. And, when you have the right shots and it doesn't seem to go your way, it can really take a toll mentally.
10-1-2.
And now we have match point. And he gets it.
Too good. So no execution issues on the side of Frazier and Johnson here. They are easily headed to the gold medal match to take on Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu one more time. But a big congratulations to our bronze medalists, Joey Farias and Althoff Merchant. They certainly deserve it, getting back through the back draw into this match. So they are our bronze medalists. We'll take a short break here before we're back with our women's gold medal match. Don't go anywhere. Back in a moment.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
PT Pro Team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
New People Pickleball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio, everyone. Lauren McLaughlin along with Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson, who are heading to the gold medal match to take on Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu. You guys have played together a few times now. Seems like you guys are having a good time out there. Does every tournament you guys played together just get a little bit easy, a little more comfortable?
Yeah, I mean that, and then obviously I'm joking around most of the time, so that I think eases the tension a little bit, so that's good. And then, yeah, just more comfortable with each other overall.
Going into the gold medal match, is there anything you personally have felt like you need to just tighten up just a little bit going into that gold medal match?
I just think we need to be a little more consistent. I think that if we're a little more consistent on all of our shots, I think we'll give them a better match.
All right, yes, congrats, guys. You're headed to the gold medal match. We'll see that after our women's matchup, but that women's gold medal match is coming up next year, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay, thanks, guys. Bye.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Welcome back, everyone, to the main event here in our women's pro doubles bracket. Our gold medal match is coming up here momentarily. This is a rematch of our winner bracket final, but we did not get to see that winner bracket final here on Championship Court. So this is the first time we get to see these two teams squaring off here. We have the #1 seed, Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson, taking on the Kawamoto sisters, our #2 seeds, Jackie and Jade. Looks like Melody Woodson will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. The Kawamotos came out on top in the winner bracket final, taking them through the upper portion of our bracket into this gold medal match. So Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson have their work cut out for them here. They must win the 2 out of 3 portion of the gold medal match and a tiebreaker match to 15 if they want that gold medal. And I'm pretty sure Jackie and Jade are gonna put up a fight over it though. So we'll see if Whitwell and Johnson can have a different outcome here. They certainly played very well and confidently in the bronze medal match.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get to see this match earlier. It's definitely, you know, our top 2 teams, as you can see where they're seated. I expect this to be a pretty good contest.
Looks like Jade Kawamoto is in the pink and Jackie in the blue on the near end to start us off here in game 1. And a quick first point. And we have seen the Kawamotos just be so steady, so consistent, great defense. Jackie a little bit more aggressive. They have been sitting a little while here though, coming through the top half of the bracket. So we'll see if it takes them a little while to warm up here or if they can kind of get right back into it.
Sometimes it does take a game to get back in when you've been sitting for a couple hours. Oh.
Whitwell did not have that Ernie. A little out of her reach. Georgia Johnson was there to cover, but just a little low. So a pointless side out here, and the Kawamotos take back over.
A little too ambitious there for Jackie. She's,
yeah, she is looking to speed it up when she can, but that was a little low.
Just great angles there from Lee Whitwell. Hitting a sharp ding. Making Jade really get underneath the ball, but couldn't get under it enough.
There's that speed up that Jackie wanted. Set herself up for the pop-up put away. We've had some fun crowds here today, some big crowds. And a lot of the pros still sticking around, grabbing a beer from our beer tent, watching their cohorts battle it out here.
Yep, some of them heckling from
we'll let you guys at home guess who the hecklers are. Oh, it hits the baseline. Oh, nice job. Georgia Johnson gets back into it. Oh, oh wow.
And these are the Kawamotos for you.
Oh no.
Everything comes
back. What a great rally.
Yep.
Well done from Georgia Johnson, keeping them in there. They got pushed off the line.
Both teams kind of finding their way so far this match. Pretty competitive.
seen Whitwell and Johnson come out a little slow sometimes in a game and then kind of get everything firing. Looks like they may have to do just that here.
Well, it's definitely a slow-moving game so far. I mean, I expect long points from in this match from both these teams. Again, I mean, the Kawamotos just get every single thing back.
Yeah, just so steady. A little wide there from Whitwell. Pushed it just a little too far.
Yep, still not able to convert.
Please report to the tournament desk. Mircea Marariu.
And the Kawamotos are also stuck on the same number here.
Oh.
Both teams playing so well defensively.
That one took a really high bounce. Whitwell got a good angle. Jackie was not quite able to handle that one.
Confusion in the middle with the lefty-righty. Always causes some problems.
It really does. Oh.
And it just lands in. And that net cord love gives Georgia Johnson a point.
Yes, on the board here in the first game of our gold medal match. Oh, it's starting to rain a little. We're getting some really tiny rain clouds coming through here. They've passed pretty quickly, but
you're not supposed to say that word.
I'm so sorry.
Featuring Julie Johnson.
It's spitting a little here.
Playing Ava Welsher and Helen
It's not enough so far
it's
to
not
really
too bad.
stick on the court. But
yeah, we'll see how it goes.
A little bit of a slip from Jackie as she is looking at the ground. Seems to be willing to play through it at the moment, but we'll see if any more drops start to come down.
Yeah, I think if anything, this will be a very brief
intermission if there is
break, if there is a rain delay called.
Rick Whitskin, Dan Bruno, Paul Owen, and Barry Waddell. Please come to tournament operation.
Nice low drive there.
Yep, Lee and Georgia switching the stack a little bit. See if they can get some, give the combos a different look. But back to regular here.
Yeah, I think that is where they are the most comfortable. Just a little unforced errors here, I think, early on here in game one, as the Kawamotos now are pulling away a little here. Let's pick up Jackie.
And that super sharp backhand by Lee Whitwell causes a mistake from Jade.
We have a foot fault on Lee Whitwell.
Right here, I guess.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Ooh. Did her right foot actually touch?
I think it did. I think just briefly. So yeah, Johnson and Whitwell just
have not found their groove.
Yeah, they have really done such a great job so far here today. Really playing loose, confidently, and we just haven't seen that yet. But again, their only loss of the day is to the Kawamotos.
Yeah, but they're playing very solid. Moving the dink around a lot. That's what they do really well. And Jackie was sitting on that one.
Yeah, Whitwell tried to mix it up a little down the sideline, but get a little too in the middle, right to Jackie's forehand. Easy put away. I would imagine we would perhaps see a timeout here if the Kawamotos keep rolling. Ooh, nice spot there from Whitwell. Good angle from that left side, which they switched it up a little.
Yeah, we'll see if they keep this reverse stack here.
And there's the timeout from Georgia Johnson immediately after that return into the net. So it looks like our little rain cloud is clearing up.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing about the wind that's so crazy. It's blowing these clouds by real quick. So it looks like we will not be taking a break, which is good, keeping the play going here. But the Kawamotos up big, 8-1 here in game one of this gold medal match.
Yeah, they're playing high percentage, good pickleball, and Johnson and Whitwell just haven't found their groove, you know, and they're going to have to do something about it pretty quick here if they want to have a chance at winning this game.
Ooh, that wind is a gustin'.
Kawamotos do a really good job of getting the play into their game. You know, they move the dink around so well that it keeps Lee and Georgia on their back foot.
Whitwell and Johnson do get the ball back after that timeout, but again, not been able to convert here. They got that 1 point earlier. So far, that is all that the Kawamotos have allowed.
Whitwell misjudging the trajectory of that ball. I think she thought that was going out and then it landed in. Jade with the big poach.
I mean, look at these ladies. It's flying through the air. They're so good at that attack out of the air, especially in the transition zone, and then get right back into it.
They're also very good at switching off the attack and knowing when to reset the ball.
Oh, steps back a little too much off the line there, and Jackie Kawamoto dumping that last one in the net. Good defense from Whitwell and Johnson staying in that rally.
Jackie read that off Georgia's paddle. It was a good attack from Georgia. Surprised the Kawamotos a little bit as Jackie was a little late to it. And here we go. They're off one.
All right, first.
And sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah.
In pickleball, sometimes you just get stuck on that number and it takes everything to get off of it. So we'll see if they can keep the points coming. I'm not really sensing a lot of energy from the far side of the court of Whitwell and Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to our men's bronze medal match that we just had previous to this, where, you know, J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier just, everything was working for them.
Right.
And it was really hard to find any answer to that, and I think that's kind of similar here for Whitwell and Johnson.
Yeah, when you're playing a team like the Kawamotos, who are just so solid, great anticipation, great shot selection, you really have to be very focused, right?
Yeah, and they've joked in their interviews that, you know, they obviously play together all the time, and sometimes they want to kill each other, and sometimes it's great. And they're threatening to never play with each other again all the time, but I mean, there is certainly something to be said for the chemistry between the twins here.
Yeah, I mean, it helps they know each other very well. They know each other's tendencies, and they can anticipate them.
Well, obviously upset at herself for changing her mind in the middle of that. Oh, nice. Oh, nice job, Georgia Johnson.
There we go.
Oh, no. And that's the defense of the Kawamotos.
Yep.
Georgia Johnson against any other team gets engaged, gets dialed in, and she's coming out on top of that exchange.
Yeah, I was very unlucky for Georgia Johnson on that one, but it was nice to see some energy being displayed.
Just everything's coming back.
On Georgia Johnson, it looks like.
Georgia Johnson here as she goes back for that overhead. Oh, yes. Oh, that was unfortunate. Didn't look like she was going to be close enough to touch that, but kind of pushed that left foot forward as she started to push off.
Good call by the referee.
Yep, good eye. We have 2 referees here for this gold medal match. This is a game point for the Kawamotos.
Just rolled over.
And
that's game 1.
Lee Whitwell says, hit it. So Jackie and Jade Kawamoto find their groove, and there is no knocking them out of it here in game 1, coming out on top 11-2. We'll head into the second game of this women's pro doubles gold medal match right after this quick break.
New People Pickleball.
Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see. So I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Welcome back here to windy Plantation, Florida, just outside of Fort Lauderdale, and game number 2 of our women's pro doubles gold medal match happening right now. Melody Woodsum kicks us back into the action. Lee Whitwell and Georgia Johnson will be on the near end, while Jackie and Jade Kawamoto will be on the far end. Jade now in the black, Jackie still in the blue. Kawamoto's in control and dominant in game 1, taking it 11-2. Let's see if Whitwell and Johnson can find their answer here.
Yeah, no, you've heard other players on the women tour just call the Kawamoto's annoying, right? Because they just get every single thing back, and it can be very annoying.
Very frustrating.
Oh, and again, another confusion in the middle on this side. Good move by Georgia.
Mistake from Jackie Kawamoto there.
Yeah, well, Georgia really step in the middle and apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, definitely would love to see Georgia Johnson get a little bit more aggressive, poach a little bit more.
I think she needs to.
Yeah, when she gets engaged, that can spell trouble. So I'd definitely like to see that happen.
Yeah, they need to up the intensity by a couple turns, you know, so they can get back into this match.
Oh my gosh. Good get there from Jade.
Yeah, it was
usually that is a winner there from Whitwell.
I know, all set up by that sharp angle. But Jade's still able to track it down and put a paddle on it.
Kawamotos are 2 players that really show sort of textbook expect the next ball to come back.
Yep.
You almost never see them be surprised.
Yeah, they're
by a ball that comes back.
They're rarely out of position. They have good anticipation. And they're also not getting surprised very much because they're playing a lot of safe balls, right? Moving the ball around well. So
yeah, they're not necessarily super flashy players.
Nope.
Again, just very steady, grind it out, go from defense to offense so flawlessly.
yeah, they just play very solid pickleball. High percentage. When you can keep that consistency across of a whole day, that's how you end up in the gold medal match. They've found a lot of success lately. There we go.
Yeah, that looked like it clipped the net just a hair. Threw that off for Jackie not being able to get a paddle on it. Yeah, we don't see the Kawamotos all that often at tournaments, but when we do, they're hitting the podium more often than not. And that just shows that even though they're not getting a ton of tournament play, the style of play, it's easy to pick right back up.
Yep. Not much flashy stuff, just meat and potatoes.
Absolutely.
Then we get a timeout here by Johnson and Whitwell. You know what they need is a big come on.
They do. We saw Georgia Johnson with maybe the biggest come on we've ever seen from her in singles last week, but I think it's kind of a bad sign that we're seeing Georgia Johnson sit down during this timeout. We see her, especially in singles, when she has a timeout, when she's very frustrated, she'll go sit down on the court. She sits down. You can see Lee Whitwell, you know, talking to her, trying to keep her in it. I think she's just letting herself get a little too frustrated. And again, it can be so hard to stay in it when everything's coming back. There's nothing you can do. You're just trying everything. You're trying something different. So let's see if Whitwell, who usually does a really great job keeping her partners positive, pumping them up, let's see if she can do just that for Georgia Johnson here.
It's incredibly frustrating too for a player like Georgia, who's pretty strong, powerful, right? Able to really hit a heavy ball and, you know, able to put the ball away on a lot of teams. And then when you're not able to do that against a team like Kawamoto's, it's incredibly frustrating. And I believe that's all that is so far this game, is just that not being able to put the ball away and just kind of a lack of energy. There we go. Oh, and we get a little bit of life out of Georgia on that one. So maybe that was a pretty good timeout. Whitwell was able to...
good pep talk.
Yeah.
Oh, that one sails just long, unfortunately, after the net cord there from Johnson.
Yeah, but she needs more of that, right? Because they're not out of it just yet. Still a lot left in this game.
Nice spot there from Jade Kawamoto down the sideline. And again, we see it sometimes. A really great team just gets outplayed.
Yep.
Drops in. Whitwell just with a smile.
And again, it's points like that that are just incredibly frustrating when you play against a team like the Kawamotos. Everything is going their way.
Oh, nice ATP there from Jade Kawamoto.
Yep, recognizing that Whitwell likes that sharp angle and anticipating that and hitting it around the post.
On line there from Whitwell. Kawamoto's 2 points away from a gold medal here, undefeated through the day.
There we go. We got 1 point now away from a gold medal for Jackie and Jade Kawamoto. Not yet.
Yeah.
Still got one more to go. See if they can
See if they got one more hold in them here.
Yeah, it's not over yet. And no, they're still alive. Whitwell showing a little bit of energy there, taking some more of the middle. And it another chance here to try to get a comeback, but unfortunately it goes back over the Kawamotos, who get 2 more opportunities to close this gold medal match out.
The Kawamotos have just played top-notch pickleball here today.
Yep, and there it is.
And the serve return short from Lee Whitwell, and the Kawamoto sisters are our gold medalists here in the APP Plantation Open, presented by Head Pickleball. A big congrats as well to Georgia Johnson and Lee Whitwell, our silver medalists here today, only being defeated by the Kawamoto sisters twice today. So they just played some really great pickleball, but the Kawamoto sisters just too good here today. They take our gold medal. We'll head to the Franklin studio on court to chat with them before we get into our men's gold medal match, the final match here of the day. Don't go anywhere. Back right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. PickleballTournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with our women's pro doubles gold medalist Jackie Kawamoto and Jade Kawamoto. This is your first ever women's doubles gold medal match. How does it feel?
Feels great. We've been close a few times, so it's good to finally get a gold in the bag.
How are you going to celebrate this evening, this gold medal win?
I think Jackie already promised our boyfriends that we were going to take them out to dinner, so I guess dinner's on us tonight. So.
Who? Excuse me, no, you just won a gold medal. Dinner is on them. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's right. Dinner's on Tate tonight. Yeah.
You heard it here first. A big congrats to the Kawamoto sisters, first-time gold medalists. Congratulations, ladies. Got the job done in 2. So go get those medals, go get those checks, have a great time at dinner. I'm sure make the boys pay for it. Don't do anything different. Speaking of the boys, we'll be right back with our final match of the day here for our men's pro doubles gold medal match. Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu take on the young ones, Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. That's coming up right after this.
You ready, La?
I'm ready, Ben.
Let's do this. Come on, La. What's going on, Lala?
I don't know what's happening today, Ben.
What is this?
It's my paddle.
This paddle is the answer.
A Ben Johns custom paddle by Franklin? For me?
Yeah, let's crush it.
Good game.
Good game.
Thank you, Ben Johns.
Way to go, Lala.
At Coulter Homes, the rules are simple. Grab your paddle and always dink in the kitchen. Remember where you are. Coulter Homes is the home of pickling. Smash and poach on dedicated courts in resort-style and active adult new home communities across the Southeast, including PGA Village Verano and Port St. Lucie, home of the World Pickleball Open. Learn more at coulterpickleball.com.
Depot Pickleball.
Back to the action, just barely missing our official gold medal match photo being taken here on Championship Court. Our final match of the day about to be underway. Lauren McLaughlin along with John Davison here today, bringing you all the action. Please plan to join us tomorrow morning for our final day of coverage. We will have our pro singles divisions tomorrow. Lots of amazing pickleball still to be played. Today, though, concluding our day in our men's gold medal match is our #1 seed Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson on the near end, taking on Zane Navratil and Andre Deescu. On the far end in the winner bracket final, Navratil Deescu came out on top.
And it wasn't very easy for them.
Yeah, it was a bit of a battle.
They were down 10-5 in game 1, able to come back, win 12-10, and then I believe won 11-8.
Yeah, so we'll see if, I certainly think Frazier and Johnson have it in them to give them a better run for their money here. Mike Baumgartner is our first referee for this gold medal match. Joanna Corker, second referee duties.
0-1-1.
Nice hands there from Navratil. As we've mentioned, first time partnership here for Navratil and Deescu. They are planning to partner up several more times this year, but this is their first showing together. I would say undefeated into the gold medal match is a good way to start.
It definitely helps your chances.
I think a bright future ahead for that partnership in whatever tournament they play together. Frazier and Johnson played together already a few times, getting more comfortable with each other as they keep going.
Amazing reach there by Deescu. And even though Frazier and Johnson didn't come out on top last game, they found a lot of success speeding up with the body of Deescu, especially J.W. Johnson coming into the middle and grabbing the ball off the bounce. And Frazier helping clean it up.
Yeah, and I think we saw, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Frazier and Johnson really targeted Deescu a lot during that matchup. Navratil didn't get a lot of action in that match. It looks like they've already switched up the strategy here, going more to Navratil.
Yes, so far you are correct. But yeah, they targeted Deescu a lot, and you know it took Andre quite a bit of time to get settled in the first game of last game, which they capitalized on. But unfortunately, it didn't close out game 1.
Second server.
That game 1 loss, bit of a heartbreaker, seemed to haunt them into game 2.
2-1-2. Side out.
Yeah, and you just have to be able to close. Doesn't matter if you get to 10
1-2-1.
without the other team touching the ball. If you can't get to 11, that's an issue.
Oh, and that one just landed in. But Frazier got the ball he wanted, and he likes that backhand flick right here.
Yeah, it looked like Johnson was going to go for it, and at the last moment pulled off, thinking it was going to go out. Fortunately, did not.
Side out.
And there you'll see what Johnson wants to do, to step in that middle and grab that ball and throw it at Deescu, but it was a little too low on that last one.
Oh, Good quick hands from Frazier there, just barely ekes that over. And we've mentioned it before. I would like to see Frazier kind of learn to have a slightly more athletic stance, especially up at the net. Bend those knees a little more, get a little lower.
Yeah, his hands are just so fast and so compact, he might not feel like he needs to.
I think he just leaves it, sometimes he gets a little too flat when he goes for those shots. Oh, nice get from Navertil.
Diascu really wanted that one, but he just a little too far in front of him.
1-3-1.
That's hard to do given how long his reach is.
He can almost touch the net with the paddle. Just like that almost.
Yeah, such an advantage when you can really reach into the kitchen, take those balls out of the air, especially do something with them.
Yep, so you know, if I'm Johnson and Frazier playing into this team, I might think twice about dropping the ball into Andre, as he can really put a lot of pressure on you with his fourth shot.
Yeah.
3-2-1.
Navertil and Diascu take a 1-point lead.
Scott Howell. Scott Howell, please go back to the Pickleball Central tent. Scott Howell, please return to the Pickleball Central tent.
Gonna miss dink there by Frazier, and Zane Navertil reacted to that. Looks like he told Andre that's where to go.
And again, just a little too nonchalant on that. I think every once in a while we see both Frazier and Johnson a couple times just kind of get a little too relaxed.
Well, it is almost hard to tell if that's just their nature.
Not a lot of difference.
5-2-2.
Amazing hands, just resetting everything by Diascu, just taking that onslaught of JW and Dylan, but unfortunately the last one didn't make it.
Nice little shake and bake there.
Yep.
For JW Johnson.
Just doing JW things.
Yep. Love that. The defense jump from Navertil. We see that every so often.
Yeah, that was a good ball for Navertil to attack, but
4-5-1.
took a big swing. Didn't make the right contact on it.
Second server.
Good hands by Frazier there too, but
4-5-2.
just sailing a little too long.
Tie it up here, and they are going to do it with JW Johnson again, getting big and aggressive in the middle.
I'd like to see them do more of that shake and bake.
Yeah.
Dylan drives that ball really low, and JW just immediately crashes middle and takes over. I think we're going to see more of that, as now they take the lead.
Yep, timeout here from Diascu and Navertil as they lose the lead by 1 point. And I think, honestly, JW Johnson, I think he's so respectful of his partners and doesn't want to kind of encroach on them too often. So you'll see him do that, and he's very successful doing so. But a lot of times, I think you see certain players that they have no problem. They'll just get right in there. They'll take every ball, get right in front of their partner. And I think J.W. Johnson like really trusts his partners, and he lets them kind of do their thing. And then when he finds he has an opportunity to get big, get aggressive, he'll do so. But it doesn't seem to be kind of his default setting where he's going to do that every single time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially when you're playing with somebody as good as Dylan Frazier, you know, you can trust them to handle their own, obviously. But at the same time, you want to apply pressure when you can. And that's something that JW does so well.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see him do it, and you're like, yes, do that, keep doing that. And then he doesn't, because I think he kind of, you know, picks and chooses his moments. Oh, is just long. So Frazier and Johnson with a 2-point lead here in game 1 of this gold medal match.
Second server.
Frazier and Johnson do have to win this 2 out of 3 portion of the gold medal match to force a tiebreaker match to 15 if they want that gold medal.
5-7-2.
So a lot of work still ahead for them. But they're hoping to make it one step easier by taking this first game, getting a little momentum.
7-5-1.
Yep, Zane trying to pump himself back up as he's had a couple errors in a row. And then, yeah, unlucky with the net there, but Frazier did a good job pushing pushing Zane off the line, creating that opportunity for JW to attack it.
8-5-1. Second server. 8-5-2.
Nice setup for himself, pushing Navratil and Daescu off the line, but they're right back in it.
No.
Oh. Body shot.
Right to the heart.
It was great. It was a great adjustment by Frazier, really staying composed when that ball hit the net and popped up. Didn't rush it. Getting a couple more drops again.
Oh, no payback there. Oh.
We are getting
There's a rainbow. We are getting spit on a little. However, there is a rainbow in that little cloud. I think it's going to pass over us pretty quickly like it did earlier.
Yeah, we should be in good shape here. Now we'll see. It's almost the same story as when they first played.
Oh, nope, it's coming down hard.
All right, attention players.
Yeah, we might
we're gonna have a short rain delay here for sure. So stick with us, guys. This should pass pretty quickly and dry up, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back to this action hopefully real quickly. We'll take a short break though.
10, 11, or 13. Please bring your clipboards immediately back.
everyone like can happen a lot this time of year in South Florida. We had a very, very brief rain cloud roll through, and just as quickly as it came, it went. So just a quick smattering of water on the court, which has quickly dried here, especially in this wind. But we're in the middle of game number 1 here of our gold medal match in men's pro doubles. Andre Dascu and Zane Navratil coming through the winner bracket, while J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier coming through the bronze medal match back up into this. And right now, Frazier and Johnson have a 9-5 lead in game 1. This rain delay could be very advantageous for Navratil and Dascu.
Yeah.
All it takes is a little extended break, and it might throw off the momentum here for Frazier and Johnson. But we will find out here as we kick back off into the action here. Navratil. Oh, well. All right, so not advantageous, I guess, for Navratil. I am sorry about that. So a quick side out, and Johnson and Frazier 2 points away from taking game 1 here in our gold medal match.
You just had to curse him, didn't you?
Oh, look at, he can get nice and low. Look at, he's still got some good knees on him, I'll tell you what. I could not do that.
9-5-2.
Ooh. I mean, look at that flexibility. I mean, he has been doing like yoga in between the matches, keeping loose.
Yeah, he very flexible. I haven't been able to touch my toes since my college days.
I still got that going for me, at the very least. But, quick side out though. No points given up, so let's see if Navratil and Dascu can take advantage here. Close the gap a little here in game 1.
They did it last time. It's definitely possible to do it again.
Point.
Again, Mike Baumgartner, our first referee for this gold medal match. Joanna Corker, our second referee.
6-9-2.
Yeah, he was a little late to react to that Dascu. But a good hands battle. Johnson almost always seems to come out on top of those, especially Frazier as well. So it's not a very fun team to get in those battles with. And again, see the same thing. And now we have almost the same score as the last time we had game 1 here.
Now let's see if Frazier and Johnson can actually close out this first game here. It is almost exactly the same situation, and they do.
And they get it done.
All right, so the curse of the winner's bracket final at least has been broken. First check mark done. Game 1 taken by Frazier and Johnson. They need to win at least 1 more here in the 2 out of 3. Can they get it done? We'll find out in game number 2 right after this.
The HD5 is the green of ivy. It represents hope, tenacity, the spirit of life and growth. It also reminds us of the Ivy League. The HD5 features a good rotation, an excellent sweet spot, thicker core, and super power.
Hey, I'm Ben Johns, and I'm here to tell you why the pros prefer the Franklin X40 pickleball. I really like the durability. It's pretty rare that I crack one of these. I really like the balance in the ball. I really love this ball because of the color. The visibility at any time during the day is always extremely easy to see, so I think it's not just for the players, it's also a great spectator ball.
Welcome back to our final match of the day here in our live streaming coverage of the APP Plantation Open presented by Head Pickleball. Game number 2 underway. Andre Gaescu and Zane Navratil on the near end, taking on Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson on the far end. Navratil scrambling here in the first exchange of game number 2. Gets a paddle and almost curls around, had an opportunity. Game 1 was won by Frazier and Johnson 11-6. Oh, is he losing his balance?
Sick.
What's happening?
Hopefully not.
It's gonna make for an awkward stream.
1-0-1.
But Johnson and Frazier got knocked down in the winner's bracket final by Gaescu and Navratil, so they have to win this 2 out of 3 portion of the gold medal match, and then a tiebreaker match to 15. So they're on their way to doing so here. Again, we're kind of at that weird dusk time of the day where the lights are on, but the sun is setting. It's not quite dark enough yet, so kind of in that weird lighting period.
Thankfully, the way this is set up, there's no players really looking into the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the sun sets, so. Here we go. We got some energy coming back in Zane Navratil.
Second server.
But JW's putaways were just too much for Zane to keep defending.
1-1-2.
The wind has died down a little bit here. It's still breezy, but I would say it's closer to 10 miles an hour maybe.
I was gonna say
Gusting
20
to 15.
1-1-1.
A little calmer than earlier, but
just as you say
still a
that.
factor. I know, as it gusts.
Commentators curse again as the wind really picks up.
2-1-1.
I'll see myself out.
Second server. Two, 1-2. Point.
Spot there. I can see 2 of the sort of up-and-coming new names on the men's pro scene. Ryler DeHart and Travis Rettenmeyer are on the sideline watching this gold medal match. Probably taking notes for the next time they have to face either of these teams.
They sure are.
Oh, I really would like to see him let that bounce and recover just a little bit more.
Yeah, his weight was really forward, so he just reached in there.
That's going to be just long.
Second server. Oh, I'm sorry.
Tries to flip that into the back court. Gaescu and Navratil just trailing by 1 here in game 2.
Yeah, that was definitely not the ball. Andre almost, he wanted to break his paddle there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to hit the bottom of his shoe super hard. It's interesting where players choose to hit when they're very mad. Sometimes themselves, sometimes a shoe. Good restraint, though.
Wow, that was sneaky. He held that ball so long.
He's so deceptive.
Frazier just holding, holding, holding.
I mean, barely moves his paddle. Just a little flick right up the middle.
Nope. JW reaches in again a little too much. But yeah, Frazier really does a good job at holding that paddle to the very last second and choosing where he wants to put it.
Side out. 2-3-1.
A very big attack by Zane, but Frazier is just...
That happened so quickly, I didn't even see the ball.
Frazier is just too quick.
Maybe I'm the one struggling in this low lighting. Oh, I think that would have gone over had he not been held up by the wind there.
This is quite possible. I think Zane wanted that one, I think. But Andre coming over. Zane was sitting on that two-handed backhand.
Yeah, I mean, Navratil got pulled off the court, so it was a good cover from Diascu.
Nope.
Who on who?
Foot fault on, it looks like Andre.
Oh, yeah, momentum right there, drug that right foot. He does like to argue. He does like to argue.
Hey, well.
I'll give him that, which he's doing a little bit here, but we have video confirmation that was the correct call. He's going to have to shake that off.
Yep, unfortunately, there's nothing he can do about it now.
Recognized Andre was threatening that Ernie, which Johnson saw at the last minute, pulled it back middle out of his reach, but Navratil was right there to take advantage.
Yep, he provided really good cover in the middle. It's a good attack by Andre. He does like to attack right at those shoulders. And Dylan just not able to hit that down, but really he hit it into a spot where Dylan finds a lot of success with that backhand. Just a little unlucky there from Frazier. But now we have a tie ball game.
There from Johnson. Again, Navratil and Diascu don't necessarily have to win this 2 out of 3 portion. They do have that tiebreaker match 15 in their pocket. I know teams do not like to pull that out unless it's a break glass in case of emergency situation.
Side out.
But we have a tie ball game here, and it's been pretty competitive the entire time. You know, JW and Dylan Frazier have mixed their targets up quite a bit, whereas in the first time they played, they really focused on targeting Andre Diascu, and once Diascu started getting hot, they never really changed. So they're definitely moving the ball around a lot more, picking different targets, and it's finding them success.
5-4-2.
Frazier speeds that up, gets the pop-up off Navratil's paddle.
6-4-2.
Johnson with the point. See Navratil tries to slow it up and reset that.
Side out.
Frazier and Johnson regain a 2-point lead here.
4-6-1.
Well done.
Change. Navratil earlier in that's some of my favorite pickups from Navratil when he fully like bends at the waist. He has to reach as far in front of him as he can. Doesn't have to look pretty, it's just got to get the job done, which it did.
Wow. Another great pickup from behind him with Andre there.
All right, Navratil hits the deck this time.
He matrixed out of there.
6-6-1.
You seen Andre?
He had to put a hand down. Andre did not when he touched. I'm pretty sad to say.
You're seeing Diescu start to attack a little bit more frequently now at Frazier.
6-6-2.
Unfortunately for him, it's just working a little bit more in him and Zane's favor
Side out.
as they've tied this game up.
6-6-1.
Yeah, Diescu really trying to be more aggressive.
Yep.
Force something to happen here.
Yeah, he's starting.
He's getting it going.
Yeah, he's starting to use his length a little bit, reach in. He likes that backhand
6-6-2.
roll there.
That one,
Oh.
right down that sideline though.
Frazier painting lines.
Diescu just watches it go by. He didn't have a lot of room to work with there.
Nope.
7-6-2.
Diescu just thought that was going wide and let it go.
Yeah, great drive by Frazier. Goes for it again.
Side out.
But Diescu was there to shut the door on him.
Yeah.
6-7-1.
Zane a couple times has let that ball go a little too far in front of him.
Second server.
You're seeing JW on those overheads really try to hit behind the right foot of Navratil.
6-7-2.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, how did that come back over?
Great pressure by Diescu. JW's hands are just too good.
What? Yeah! Navratil, how many times do I have to hit this?
These boys are swinging.
7-7-2.
Tied back up at 7.
Side out. Seven, 7-1.
There's JW Johnson locking in, being aggressive. And there's Dylan Frazier's right arm.
Yeah.
So also played his part there. Staying out of the way, letting his partner get in there.
Second server.
Frazier has definitely been a lot more
8-7-2.
consistent so far, I would say, in this match than we saw earlier.
Oh, again.
Yep.
Diescu's there. He knows now that Frazier likes that spot and wants to go down that line. It's just too good of a drive.
Side out.
Seeing Frazier and Johnson starting to drive a lot more thirds.
Second server. Seven, 9-2.
JW with the big swing on the backhand. Just
Yeah, sometimes
catches the tape.
feel like when JW Johnson senses they have an opportunity to close it out, that's getting close to the end, you'll see him ramp it up just a little bit more.
Yeah, he
take
went
over a little bit.
He really went for that one. And a good job by Frazier to pull Navratil wide to where JW can step in the middle and attack down the middle as Zane was trying to close.
Second server.
I think I actually heard JW Johnson try and call Frazier off that. I was like, did I hear JW Johnson yell something?
Please report to court number 10. Douglas Kabrinich and Chin Chen. Please report immediately to court number 10. This is your second and final call.
Yeah, go.
Side out.
It was a good attack by Andre, caught Dylan sleeping a little bit.
I think Frazier has to be expecting to speed up
Would you
from
please come
Dasku
to tournament
because
operations? Mr.
it's
Ken
coming.
Herman to tournament operations, please.
Second server.
JW again, once he gets that ball just high enough, he pretty much puts it away every single time that he finds the right foot of Navratil.
Yeah, definitely the pro level. You'll notice on the overheads, they recognize you gotta place those. You can't just hit them as hard as you can, because a lot of times they can come back. JW Johnson knows he's got to keep that close to the net to keep it out of Ernie range for Dasku, but leaves it a little short.
Yeah, now we're
Tied at
9-9.
Game point for Navratil and Dasku, looking to force that third game.
JW Johnson showing some frustration with his decision making on that one, it appeared.
Yeah, 2 balls into the net from him in the last 2 rallies.
Oh. It was pretty good defense by Johnson as Andre started that. Johnson stuffing it right back down the middle where it came from.
Big hole.
9-10-1.
I was just thinking Frazier and Johnson really need to be patient and pick their moment.
And he picked the right one.
10-10-1.
Frazier speeding up the ball up right at Andre's right shoulder.
And again.
And, yep. And
Same
now they
spot.
have a game point here to force the game to 15 after.
This will be a match point here for our 2 out of 3 portion. And some smiles out of JW Johnson and Dylan over there. Again, a slim 1-point lead, but they're feeling good. They're having a good time.
I feel they're always the most dangerous when they're smiling and having fun, being loose.
Yeah, so Dasku and Navratil, good timeout here. Got to get a big hold here. Otherwise, a match to 15 is coming our way.
Yeah, and I believe they have to stop them twice here. I think they have 2 opportunities.
Yeah, I think there are on first serve. Oh, there's Ryler DeHart in the background, all smothered in sunscreen. I appreciate that our players are taking care of their skin health in the sun.
15 seconds.
We've seen a lot of players just real painted up with sunblock. They don't care about getting it all in there. Just slather it on, let it do its job.
Time ends 11-10-1.
Yes, 11-10-1. Oh boy.
Great timeout.
Serve, second server.
All right, can they get one more stop here?
11-10-2.
Second match point though, here in the 2 out of 3 portion. Oh no, a ball from our...
And a ball on, we'll replay it, thank you.
I think that is our Senior Pro men's gold medal match happening behind us.
11-10-2.
Here we go. See if they can close it out.
We really have to be patient here and not rush it. Great spot. So again, they haven't gotten it yet. But again, 2 check marks off of 3. So J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier take the 2 out of 3 portion of our gold medal match in 2 very close second game, 12-10. They do have up to 10 minutes that they can take before our tiebreaker match to 15. I don't anticipate that they'll take the entire amount of time, but we will take a break here and be back shortly for that tiebreaker match to 15 to conclude our day here at the APP Plantation Open. Don't go anywhere, more pickleball still to come.
New People Pickleball.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
4 minutes, gentlemen. We still have to do the pre-match. As soon as they go. Right up here, please. All right, gentlemen, 1 game to 15, win by 2 switch wins, 9-8. Any questions on the format itself? Battle check, please. Waiting on the truck to send you where to go, okay? 1 or 2. Lose 1. Start over here, serve and receive. So you're serving left to right from me. I'll let you know when the truck says something. Serving team pick the ball for the match. Players take your end. We'll get started.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
All
1
right.
game to 15.
Welcome back, everyone. Our players have gotten back to court, finished their warm-up, and we have a brand new match to 15 underway here for the gold medal. J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier took the 2 out of 3 portion, forcing this tiebreaker match to 15. They will start on the near end. Andre Diascu and Zane Navratil will start on the far end. They will switch ends at 8 here in this match to 15. And then someone's going home with gold and someone's going home with silver.
Should be an exciting match for sure. I mean, both teams have had a good display of performance so far today. And this has been a pretty even matchup, I would say, both times.
Oh, nice hands there from Dylan Frazier. And again, Mike Baumgartner, our first referee for this gold medal match. Joanna Corker, our second. I am Lauren McLaughlin, along with John Davison for our final portion of the day.
Side out.
JW had enough at that point, so
0-0-1.
ends it at Zane's feet.
Wide.
Second server. 0-0-2.
We'll see if Frazier and Johnson continue to, you know, change their targets around, stay unpredictable.
Yeah, come on. Let's go.
I would certainly expect that to be the case since it worked obviously well for them in the 2 out of 3 portion. You can see Johnson's hair blowing in the breeze there. It is still pretty windy here as the sun is setting under the lights.
Let's go. Come on.
There's good patient play all around. Everyone moving the dink around very well, and
1-0-1.
Diescu just pushes the dink a little too far out of Johnson's reach and gets an error.
Yeah, baby, come on.
Ooh, beautiful spot.
That
right
one
on
landed
that
just
tee.
in. Good job reaching in by Diescu there, as you can see it again. Can't leave your dinks too high when you're hitting cross court with Diescu, or he'll make you pay.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Come on.
And a good start here for Navratil and Diescu as they take a 3-0 lead. Just barely caught the tape.
Ooh, nice spot there from Frazier. Up high, but again, Diescu and Navratil proving doesn't matter what happens in that 2 to 3 portion, it all comes down to this tiebreaker match to 15. Got to shake off that loss, start fresh.
Frazier definitely saved Diescu on that ball, as it appeared to be going
4-0-2.
long, and now they have a 4-0 lead over Johnson and Frazier.
Line out.
But they get the ball back. Hope looking to get off 0.
0-4-1.
The wind is really picking up, and Navratil trying to do a little too much
1-4-1.
with that last ball, but trying to keep pressure on him.
Second server.
The wind seems to have picked up quite a bit again.
1-4-2. Point.
And now JW
2-4-2.
and Frazier off 0, and they're up to 2. They've cut the lead in half.
Point.
Andre catches the tape, and Johnson nice and composed. Just puts that away with ease. Johnson and Frazier now firing on all cylinders, it seems.
Yeah, they definitely, when they get hot, they get real hot. So we'll see if they can keep that momentum rolling here. Again, they're looking for a double dip here to get that gold medal.
The temperature's starting to drop quite a bit, so the ball's flying.
Yeah, it's definitely dropping. Wind still picking up though, so the ball's gonna get a little harder, a little crisper.
5-4-2.
And now they take the lead after going down 4-0 to start.
Again, we'll switch ends at 8.
Point.
And they do it again. You know, they weathered the run from Navratil and Diescu. Refocused.
I mean, again, style points for Navratil, but unfortunately that does not help him here, and we have a timeout called by Navratil and Diescu as Frazier and Johnson, again, picking up steam here, 1 point away from triggering the end change.
Yeah. 7 unanswered points in a row on the same side out. So you'd almost think that they might have, I guess, been looking to try to save this timeout, but it got a little out of hand. You know, there've been quite a few balls where it's hit the tape and popped up for JW or Dylan to put the ball away on Diescu and Navratil.
15 seconds.
So that last one definitely frustrated them quite a bit.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Diescu is a very emotional player.
Time in. 7-4-2.
So I think a good timeout just to kind of settle their emotions. Oh, but JW Johnson
Point. Timeout. Change.
fully in control. Dylan Frazier happy to take a back seat to a fully engaged Johnson. And that gets them their 8th point and triggers the end change here in our final gold medal match to 15. Navratil and Diescu will take the near end of the court to finish. Frazier and Johnson will head to the far end.
Frazier and Johnson do a really good job of that shake and bake. You know, JW's happy letting Frazier drive that ball in the third because it's staying very low, causing Navratil and Diescu to hit up on the ball, where JW just crashes middle and cleans up the mess. So if it's working, might as well keep doing it. I'm sure we'll see more of the same here from that side.
Yeah, we saw Frazier and Johnson win both their games in the gold medal match on both ends of the court.
Yep.
So they've certainly proven that they can win on either end.
They lost that point, but you know, it was a great 8-point run all on one side out from Frazier and Johnson.
4-8-1.
Pickleball can have these momentum swings, and Frazier and Johnson are feeling themselves right now.
Did you hear yourself?
4-8-2.
It's the end of a long day, John.
Side out.
All right, Frazier and Johnson allow no points.
Second server.
After the end change, that one just a little wide as Frazier once again tries to go down that sideline behind Diescu. He's had some success there.
But it was a good stop. So Diescu and Navratil get to go back to work.
4-8-1.
See if they get the momentum swinging back in their direction.
Second server.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen JW Johnson do. Someone turn that into a meme right now. Oh my gosh, I love that kid so much right now. Highlight of the day. That little clip of JW Johnson.
8-4-1.
And again, they're able to hold them off
trading
with.
side outs here. Oh, that's going to sail long off the net.
Eight, 4-2.
Ooh, that almost stays in.
Good hands by Diascu, but he
Always changing a paddle.
might be the grip is getting a little sweaty.
Yeah, probably the grip on his paddle, I assume, is
15 seconds.
A little slippery.
yeah, a little slick, so he's changing it out.
Time in. 9-4-2.
Just long. And Johnson and Fraser train keeps on chugging along. 10 unanswered points in a row.
Let's go, baby. Come on. Nice move.
Side out.
Zane and Andre trying to pump each other up.
4-10-1.
Ooh, nice recovery there off the net. And as you mentioned, a lot of net cords so far in this match to 15. Andre Diascu letting out a guttural yell over here of frustration.
That was all started with a real big serve by Diascu. Able to create a
5-10-2.
short return where Navratil can jump right on.
Side out.
So again, only 1 point here. Navratil and Diascu just not able to get anything going when it counts on their serve.
And there we go. That's the type of pattern that Diascu wants. Where we can dig cross court and then reach in when a ball is just high enough. Ooh, big dig. Again.
He's like, oh, that's, I think, a broken paddle for Navratil.
It did look like it chipped the corner.
It broke. It did. Oh, he's not trading it out. That's going to be a verbal warning as well for Navratil and a timeout.
Yep, smart timeout here.
I think he cracked that paddle.
That was an insane point.
That was some good gets. I understand Navratil's frustration. I'm sure more than most of us would have also wanted to throw a paddle down after that. And yeah, he had to go run to his bag. Yeah, he broke that paddle.
I mean,
coming back with a brand new blue Franklin.
That was just impressive defense. Resets on both sides of the net.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, everyone, on YouTube or Facebook. Rocking with over 1,500 of you guys at home.
Time in. 11-5-2. My hole.
Turning out to be a dramatic conclusion here to our men's gold medal match. I mean, people can say what they want. I love a good outburst. It makes things interesting.
You know, I'm a big fan of personalities on the court.
Point.
And again, I think there's a huge difference between chucking your paddle into the ground and chucking it 2 courts over. So I'm okay with that. Oh, I thought that had a chance.
Frazier and Johnson are just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, they definitely pulled away here.
I mean, they're on a 13-1 run as we speak. Only 2 points away from double dipping in the gold medal match. And that's definitely a point that our near side here needed.
5-13.
As you know, the score definitely does not indicate the quality of points that we're having.
Yeah, these have been some really intense rallies. Oh, again, almost there. Slim margin of error. I think, you know, Navrtil and Diascu have been just so close to coming out on top of some of these rallies that I think would make the score a lot closer, but
wow.
Who picked that was up off his shoes?
I almost would have liked to see this stack change earlier from Diascu and Navrtil, as they're just now, well, they're going back to it.
Second server. 13-5-2.
Phenomenal gets from Diascu and Navrtil right there.
Yep.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, beautiful.
That's what Andre does well. He needs to get back into that pattern where he can just stay cross court, hit low dinks to Johnson, and be able to reach in like that.
Ball stance, point.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they called that out. I thought it hit the line.
This is
Here we go.
not going to make Diascu very happy.
14-5-2.
And this is a gold medal match
Wow.
point here. It was very close, but I do think it caught the line.
And that's it. That's the way the cookie
again,
crumbles.
A little unfortunate for Diascu, who's unhappy with how that went, of course, but a congrats to Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. Really played so solidly here in the 2 out of 3 and this match to 15. They are our gold medalists. A big congrats as well to Andre Diascu and Zane Navrtil. First-time partners, silver medal. Not too shabby. We'll see more of that partnership in the future. Again, we will head to the Franklin studio one last time before signing off today with our gold medalists. Thank you so much for joining us at home. Lauren McLaughlin, John Davison here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll take a quick break in the Franklin studio right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
The PT Pro team at pickleballtournaments.com have unparalleled experience running tournaments, including all professional tours and premier events. We provide professional services to develop, plan, and deliver tournaments that players and fans love. Pickleballtournaments.com, powering pickleball tournaments worldwide.
Welcome back one last time to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with our gold medalists in men's pro doubles, J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. Double dipped Zane Navertil and Andre Deescu, who took you out earlier in the day. What was the change in strategy going into this that didn't work before that you wanted to fix going into this match?
We were a little more consistent for one. We executed on more shots. And then I think another difference was we attacked them more and attacked them before they could attack us. So we initiated.
Absolutely. You guys, of course, getting more comfortable playing together. You'll be playing together in 2 weeks in Delray Beach, your hometown, home crowd, all that good stuff. Are you excited to play at Delray Beach in front of some local fans?
Oh, of course. I mean, Delray is always a really nice tournament, and I'm very excited to play with Dylan on that, and I'm really excited about that, yeah.
Excellent. Well, congrats again, guys. It was a long day, but you got the job done. Gold medals here today, so congrats. Thank you again for joining us here for all of our action in men's and women's doubles. Tomorrow we're back on YouTube and Facebook with our singles. Don't miss any of that action. You're playing singles tomorrow, right?
I am, yes.
All right, we'll see this kid in action. Are you playing singles?
Yes.
Oh, both of them. I don't know why I just thought it was J-Dub. I'm so sorry. We'll see both of these guys back in action tomorrow for our singles day. Thank you so much for joining us for the APP Tour and Boxcar Productions. We'll see you tomorrow.